Chapter 525. Haha, looks like little brother's fortunes run deep to actually obtain a divine, realm major power's good graces. Truly, the envy of elder brother. Me. Haha, looks like little brother's fortunes run deep to actually obtain a divine, realm major power's good graces. Truly, the envy of elder brother. Me. Even though Chi-Hai was the endless world's realm lord, in the eyes of the divine realm's major powers, he was still just an impoverished person. Yi Yuan's talent was so monstrous. In Chi-Hai's view, his master was bound to be a character in the divine realm too. Of course, as for how powerful, Chi-Hai did not have a clue either. Although he knew some matters related to the divine realm, his knowledge was very limited. Elder brother already has half a foot stepped into the boundless realm. The day of ascending to the divine realm is not far off too. Why is there a need to be envious of me? Yi Yuan said with a smile. This distance of half a step is as hard as ascending to the heaven. If I had the confidence, I'd have long gone to cross the heavenly tribulation. Why would I remain in the endless world, idling my time away bitterly? I lingered in the endless forest these few years just for the sake of finding that feeble thread of hope too. Chi-Hai sighed emotionally. To the lower realm's martial artists, the ascension through heavenly tribulation was a life and death juncture. What Chi-Hai had to face was not just the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm, there was also the boundary pressure when shattering the void of the small world. Superimposing the two, ordinary martial artists simply could not survive it, unless it was people who were heaven-defyingly talented or those who had immense good luck. The success rate was truly very low. Hence, breaking through to the boundless realm in a small world like this endless world was actually even harder than the divine realm. And a small world's essence, energy, and resources were simply a heavenly chasm-like difference compared to the divine realm. This increased the difficulty of martial artists ascending even more. Elder brother doesn't need to lose heart. Heavenly Tao will always leave a ray of hope. As long as Senior doesn't give up, you'll eventually be able to find this ray of hope someday. Yi Yuan consoled him. Actually, with Yi Yuan's capabilities, wanting to aid Chi-Hai to pull through the heavenly tribulation was not something hard. It was just that the days he spent with Chi-Hai was few, and he did not have much understanding of this person at all. He naturally would not say such sincere words to a mere acquaintance. Furthermore, if he helped Chi-Hai ascend now, the endless world would basically not have hope anymore. Without the need for Zhao Tianyin to come, just the Shangguan family and those few first-rate families could destroy the endless world. In the future, if he confirmed that Chi-Hai was worth trusting, giving him a hand then was not late either. Ha! Then I'll thank little brother for your blessings. If elder brother, I can ascend to the divine realm by chance in the future, I hope that little brother can look after me well. Chi-Hai said with a smile. The reason why he was so courteous to Yi Yuan was actually because of this. Chi-Hai had drifted with the tides in the endless world for so many years. Although he did not have great confidence regarding crossing the heavenly tribulation, he more or less had some too. If he said the heavenly tribulation by chance in the future, without anyone looking after him, when he reached the divine realm, it was very hard to keep going. This point Zhao Tianyi knew, Chi-Hai naturally knew as well. Yi Yuan was curious and asked, why does elder brother Chi-Hai say that? Our endless world should belong to a certain faction too, right? When elder brother, you ascend to the divine realm in the future, there will naturally be that faction coming to receive you, no? There were countless lower realms, small worlds, but they were not ownerless objects. These small worlds more or less had countless intricate ties with the divine realm. For Chi-Hai to be able to become the realm lord, it was not because he was the endless world's strongest person, but he was a person designated by some faction in the divine realm. In his previous life, the Medicine King Hall, this super major faction that Ji Qingyun was at had jurisdiction over countless planes in the lower realms too. It was just that these affairs Yi Yuan never concerned himself with. It was all Ji Kanglin's responsibility. However, even though Yi Yuan had come to the endless world for some time, he did not know which divine realm faction this endless world belonged to. But the divine realm's various major factions all would not bother about the lower realm's affairs, because descending from the divine realm was exceedingly difficult. Even in the divine realm, there were very few who could accomplish this as well. Yu Mengli being able to come down was definitely by using Bright Moon City's strength. It was also precisely because of this reason that Qi Hai ascertained that the person behind Yi Yuan was definitely very powerful. These factions would mostly have special channels of communication with the lower planes. This point was much easier, and the inheritance of a realm lord was also the small world's internal affairs under most circumstances. As long as the previous realm lord chose a successor and reported to the divine realm to be approved, it would do. But Qi Hai said with a bitter smile, "Actually, I don't know which faction in the divine realm the endless world belongs to either. In reality, since the start from the previous realm lord, we lost contact with the divine realm completely. Roughly around 1,000 years already?" Yi Yuan was stupefied. He did not think that there was actually such a thing. Seems like the divine realm faction, which the endless world belonged to, might have suffered some major unforeseen event. All right then. Elder brothers matters. I've noted it down. It's just that I don't dare to promise you at this time. After all, after that master of mine imparted to me knowledge, he brushed his hands off and no longer bothered about me again. But Yi Yuan's promise that was not a promise sounded like a heavenly melody to Qi Hai. He said elatedly, That's of course. Oh, right, within half a month, the vast heaven pag. Oh, will be opened. At that time, you must go and take part. Perhaps you might have some unexpected gains too? Oh, the vast heaven pag. Oh, what's that? Yi Yuan was still really curious about this vast heaven pag. Oh, something that could visibly move so many divine traversing realm experts was bound to not be an ordinary thing. The vast heaven pag. Oh, is an inheritance mystic realm. It is communally owned by the 3 sects and Wufang City. This vast heaven pag. Oh, has a total of 9 levels. Every level said one would obtain unimaginable benefits. It's a superb place that the 3 sects and Wufang City foster their young disciples at. Ever since discovering the vast heaven pag, the countless powerhouses walked out from there in the endless world. Back then, the Grand Yen True Sect's forefather, Grand Yen True Lord, walked out from there too. You don't know how terrifying Grand Yen True Lord's strength was back then. Even though he wasn't the Realm Lord, in front of him, the Realm Lord at that time wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Hence, these 4 major factions have been monopolizing the vast heaven pag. All along, not allowing the other factions to dip their fingers in. The vast heaven pag. Opens up once every 10 years. Half a month later just happens to be the 10-year date, which so happened as well. Qi Hai's words poured out smoothly. Qi Hai did not know that not only did Yi Yuan know the Grand Yen True Lord, Lu Linfeng, he even had close ties with him. But with Qi Hai saying this, Yi Yuan became even more interested in this vast heaven pag. To be able to give birth to such a supremely powerful character, this vast heaven pag. Da's prowess was clear at a glance. There's still such a thing. I wonder how many levels did that Grand Yen True Lord pass? Through back then? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In Yi Yuan's view, a heaven-defying character like the Grand Yen Divine King should have made it to the 9th level back then. Except Chi Hai's answer was very far from Yi Yuan's view, only to hear Chi Hai say, the 7th level. Since remote antiquity, there were only a mere 3 individuals who made it to the 7th level, and the Grand Yen True Lord was one of them. This time, Yi Yuan was truly taken aback from shock. How heaven-defying Lu Linfeng this fellow was, Yi Yuan was well aware. With his strength, he actually just made it to the 7th level too. Then, how perverse did the 8th level and 9th level had to be? Doesn't that mean that this 8th level and 9th level, there was body who made it there at all? Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Chapter 5:26. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfeng was already among the divine realm's apex level of a powerhouse. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfeng was already among the divine realm's apex level of a powerhouse. If even he merely reached the 7th level too, then the 2 levels at the back. Were there still anyone who could make it through? Yi Yuan was not being unduly humble. He knew that his comprehension abilities were actually very high. But as for how high, he did not have a definite answer either, because he did not walk to the pinnacle of the martial path. But Yi Yuan himself felt that even if he was stronger than Lu Linfeng, he was probably not much stronger than the latter as well. After all, the comprehension abilities of characters who could stand at the peak of the divine realm would not be too poor no matter how bad it was. Of course, reaching Lu Linfeng's level of realm comprehension ability was not absolute. Destiny, comprehension ability, natural endowments, hard work, not one of them could be lacking, but Chi Hai's answer somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Only to see Chi Hai shake his head and said, "That's not it. This 8th level, there was somebody who made it there before." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked when he heard that and asked, "Who?" "He's called Li Fantian." As for who he was, I don't know, Chi Hai said. "Oh, even you don't know too? Then how did you know that he made it to the 8th level?" Yi Yuan inquired curiously. "The vast heaven pag. Oh, the area has a wall. Anyone who makes it to the 5th level will be recorded up there. But during this recent 100 years, no one could make it to the 5th level," Chi Hai said, rather regretfully. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He more or less had some understanding of the vast heaven pag. "Oh, already? Looks like wanting to clear this vast heaven pag. Oh, it was not an easy matter." Guo Taochuan, Yin Yan Hua, and Qin Yan Yi Yuan was still aware of their talent. Even they could not make it into the 5th level. Looks like this vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's difficulty level was indeed rather high. Only a heaven-defying genius like Lu Linfeng could make it to the 7th level. All right, half a month later, I'll head to the vast heaven pag. "Oh, duh." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, since there was such a mystical place, Yi Yuan obviously could not miss it. At the City Lord Manor's backyard, Run Honglin was currently by the window with her head on her hands, unsure what she was thinking about either. "Hongling, are you thinking of your son again?" A voice suddenly sounded out at the entrance. Run Hongling did not turn around. She knew that it was her older brother, Run Yujia. So what if yes? Are you going to release me to go find him? Rin Hongling said, rather resentfully. Run Yujia heaved a sigh and said, "Sister, you lost all of your abilities now. Even if I let you out, where can you go? Furthermore, if you leave, what about brother-in-law? You're aware of father's temper." Run Hongling turned around slightly, her gaze looking at Run Yujia rather vacantly. She said coldly, "Father? He's not worthy of being my father at all. And you are not fit to be my brother either. If not for my husband stubbornly insisting on returning, wanting to seek for his forgiveness, It's impossible for me to return to this place, which makes me feel disgusted for the rest of my life. In all of your hearts, there is no kins. H. I plus P. Only benefits. Ren Hongling's eyes gradually welled up. She did not think that so many years had already passed, said. Her father was actually still so unreasonable. When the two of them appeared in front of Ren Xingchuan detained Yi Hang without a word and grounded her. And he, this big brother, was very timid and incapable. He completely did not dare to say anything in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Hongling begged Ren Yujia multiple times to let him release her to go see Yi Hang. But Ren Yujia refused to no matter what. Gradually, Ren Hongling perished the thought too. In this backyard, only Ren Dong this junior could stir up a hint of ripple in Ren Hongling's heart. Ren Yujia heaved a sigh again and said, Hongling, not that big brother isn't willing to help you, but I seriously can't help you. You're aware of father's temper. If he knew that you met brother-in-law's life would probably be long gone. I'm doing this for your own good too. But Ren Hongling did not appreciate the kindness and said with a cold smile, I just want to see my husband once, and not bringing him away either. If you don't tell him, how would he know? Ren Yujia shook his head and said, You're belittling father too much. He could reach today's position. So how could it be that simple? Forget about this city lord manor. Even a hint of the rustling of leaves in the wind in the entire Wufang city can't possibly escape his eyes either. Hearing these words, Ren Hongling's face calmed down slightly. She also knew that her big brother's personality was weak and hard to take on great responsibility. Counting on him was hopeless. If he could have a little backbone back then, she would not have gone so far as to slip away to distant lands with Yi Hang either. She would not have lost her essence energy and be unable to refine pills anymore. Of course, Ren Yujia's personality could not be separated from Ren Xingchuan's dominance. Then you coming to find me today is for my own good too? Ren Hongling said sarcastically, but Ren Yujia's expression dimmed as he heaved a sigh again and said, Sister, actually, I came today wanting to tell you that father is going to take action against brother-in-law already. You. Sigh. Ren Hongling's entire person was like struck by lightning, immediately freezing there. This news was truly a bolt out of the blue to her. Originally, she and Yi Hang returning was to acknowledge their roots and ancestors. Who would have thought that it would actually end up in such a plight? You. What did you say? Ren Hongling's entire person felt worn out. These few days, you had been grounded at home all along. There are many things in the outside world that you don't know. An earth-shaking major incident happened to the endless world recently. These 2 days, many divine traversing realm experts, assembled in Wufang City to discuss on dealing with the great matter of another world invading us. And father already gave the instructions 2 days ago that after the meeting this time, SES, brother-in-law will be put to death. Hearing this news, Ren Hongling could not withstand the blow anymore. Her 2 eyes went dark, and she fainted away. Ren Yujia hurriedly supported her and inserted a trace of essence energy into Ren Hongling's body. Ren Hongling slowly regained consciousness. Grabbing hold of Ren Yujia's arm, she said tearfully, Big brother, I'm begging you, save him. Now, the only one who can save Yi Hang is you. Ren Yujia had a conflicted face. Big brother, back then, I made you plead with father. You didn't dare to say a word. Now that over a decade has passed, said Yi Hang, and my feelings are all the more deeper. Could it be that you're still going to treat us the same as back then? If my husband dies, I absolutely won't live alone. If Yuan'er comes to know of this matter, he definitely comes to find father to seek revenge. Do you want this kind of human relations tragedy to happen in the Run family? Ren Hongling already became tear-stricken with tears. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling watched Yi Yuan's growth and were very clear about his temperament. Once Yi Yuan found out about the news of Yi Hang and her Paris, H.I.+ing, he would definitely come to find Ren Xingchuan to take revenge at all costs. At that time, grandson versus grandfather. Regardless of what the result was, it would be a human world's tragedy. Yuan, that's your and brother-in-law's child. You guys refused to say any news about that child. Turns out that he's actually called Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. Why is this name so familiar? Ren Xingchuan suddenly felt like he seemed to have heard this name before somewhere. Except that how could Ren Hongling still be in the mood to listen to this right now? She implored, "Big brother, you make Ren Hongling go and beg father. He'll definitely agree." "I beg you," Ren Yujia said with difficulty, "but father already made people bring brother-in-law out of the city to execute him in secret." Chapter 5:27 this time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint. This time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint, because she knew that Yi Hang's life was suspended on a thread right now. She must go and save Yi Hang. No idea where her strength came from. Ren Hongling pushed aside Ren Yujia and forced her way out of the door. Ah, isn't Yi Yuan that tranquil cloud sect youth who took part in the endless meet? Could it be that sister's son is really him? But how is that possible? Ren Yujia suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally recalled who Yi Yuan was. After yesterday's meet, the Endless Alliance was established, and Yi Yuan was a very popular figure among the Northern Domain's upper echelons. Could such a monstrous prodigy actually be his own nephew? His figure moved and caught up to Ren Hongling very quickly, grabbing hold of her. "You let go of me. I'm going to save my husband." Ren Hongling struggled desperately. "Hang on. You said that your son is called Yi Yuan. Is he from a small sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Ren Yujia asked, "How did you know?" Ren Hongling froze and stopped struggling too. Her heart started pounding even faster. How did Ren Yujia know? Could they have? Seeing Ren Hongling's expression, Ren Yujia knew that she misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Set your mind at ease. Not only is nephew fine, but his reputation is also awe-inspiring now. Even the three sects have areas they rely on him for right now. If nephew is really that youth called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect, brother-in-law might still be saved. It's just, I wonder if we can still make it." Ren Yujia knew that time was of the essence and could only cut his words short. Ren Hongling was startled and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring me to go find Yuan." Ren Yujia had a look of dilemma again. Ren Xingchuan's ACCU mulat pressure in his heart was too overpowering. He completely did not dare to have any disobedience. Coming to inform Ren Hongling today was already a tremendous breakthrough. "If you're not going, I'll die right now for you to see." Ren Hongling fished out a small dagger from G. D knows where, and was about to stab it toward her heart. Except, how could she possibly have the chance to commit suicide in front of a Soul Sea realm martial artist such as Ren Yujia, and ATC hid away the dagger in Ren Hongling's hands. His expression flickered, and he said, "Fine, I'll bring you." Ren Hongling stared at Ren Yujia, somewhat disbelievingly as her face revealed wild elation. Actually, what moved Ren Yujia ultimately was still that human relations tragedy, which Ren Hongling said before. Previously, Ren Yujia did not pay attention. But after knowing that Yi Yuan was his own nephew, he knew that this was not some laughable joke. That tranquil cloud sex, Yi Yuan absolutely had the strength to overturn Wufang City in the future, and even butcher his own maternal grandfather. And did Ren Xingchuan have the capabilities to kill Yi Yuan? The answer was uncertain. Behind Yi Yuan stood Qi Hai now. Even if Ren Xingchuan were any more rampant, he would not dare to behave atrociously in front of Qi Hai either, which was also to say that in the future, after Yi Yuan matures, Wufang City would truly suffer the human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling predicted. Master Wu Xian, you too have some tea. This is a top-grade spirit tea that I brought from the City Lord Manor. Not only is it sweet and mellow, but it also has the effect of increasing essence energy, Rendong explained to Yi Yuan with a respectful look. Wu Xian was Fengye Pavilion's frequent guest now. He would run here when he had nothing to do. These few days, he had been having a nice heart-to-heart talk with Yi Yuan, rambling away, but receiving substantial benefits. They hardly said 3 sentences without talking about their line of work. What Wu Xian and Yi Yuan chattered about the most was naturally still alchemy. In fact, some of Yi Yuan's views and experiences had tremendous inspiration to Wu Xian. Like this, Wu Xian liked to immerse himself at Fengye Pavilion every day even more. Wu Xian said with a smile, this boy, always had your eyes on top of your head. To think that you'd actually submit fully to others one day. City Lord with his temper, if he knew that you stole his spirit tea, I reckon that he'd fly into a thunderous rage. Yi Yuan drank a mouth of the spirit tea and said smilingly, City Lord's temperament is really arrogant and explosive. When he recalled the conflict with Ren Xingchuan in exquisite jade pavilion, he was speechless too. Ren Xingchuan clearly came to be a mediator. In the end, he quarreled with him. This temper was also unparalleled. Ho-hoo, if City Lord didn't have such breadth of spirit, how could he overpower the Chao family and manage this Wufang City like an iron bucket? Wu Xian said with a smile. The 3 people were just conversing when a servant came in to inform, young Master Yi, City Lord Manor's Lord Ren Yujie brought a woman to request an audience. Rendong was stunned when he heard that. And what did father come here for? Could it be to find me for something? Yi Yuan came to a realization and nodded his head and said, invite them in then. Before long, Ren Yujie led Ren Hongling in. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian were currently engrossed in conversation and did not seem to have noticed the 2 people. Yi Yuan also thought that Ren Yujie came to find his son and had nothing to do with him. He naturally would not pay attention to, and when Ren Hongling saw that familiar face, her entire body trembled agitated, and her tears gushed out from her eyes uncontrollably. Ren Yujie was stunned when he saw Rendong as well. Donger, why are you here too? Rendong was likewise stupefied. Father, and didn't you guys come to find me? Ren Yujie shook his head and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, we came to find him. What are you all finding Master for? Rendong asked in bewilderment. Master? Ren Yujie was likewise confused. When Yi Yuan heard the conversation over here, his head involuntarily turned over. With this turn, his entire person was immediately frozen in place, and he revealed a look of wild elation soon after. Mother, why are you here? Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. I even made Brother Zihue go and find you and father. To think that you actually came here yourself. Yi Yuan came in front of Ren Hongling with a flash and held her hand as he said warmly. But Ren Hongling's expression changed drastically as she grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's hand and said, Quick, Quickly go and save your father. Any later, and it'll be too late." In a forest outside the city, Yi Hang was escorted by several martial artists to an open SPAC. The martial artist leading was shockingly a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert. If Yi Yuan were here, he would immediately recognize that the person presiding over Yi Hang's execution was actually Su Zihui. Su Zihui received Run Xingquan's orders this morning to make him bring several people and escort a criminal outside the city to carry out the death penalty. Su Zihui paid little attention to it too, and brought several people over. As for what kind of offense this criminal committed, Su Zihui did not know at all. Of course, he was not interested to find out either. Just a late-stage crystal formation martial artist. This person completely could not enter Su Zihui's eyes. He was even rather resentful in his heart that City Lord was really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Carrying out an execution against a late-stage crystal formation realm, he actually even made him, this 9th-level Soul Sea, to come and hold the line. Really took him to have nothing to do after eating his fill? How could he have known that this was Run Xingquan, not Wisconsin H? Plussing for a family scandal to get out. That was why Run Xingquan did not even bring up charges against this person. Even Ren Hongling and Yi Hang eloping back then, Ren Xingquan blockaded all of the news too. Su Zihui only knew that Ren Hongling fell ill and died. "All right, just do it here. Be a bit neater," Su Zihui said rather annoyedly. Chapter 5:28 Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Run Xingquan was actually impervious to reason to such an extent, and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law. Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Run Xingquan was actually impervious to reason to such an extent, and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law. The incident back then, he was forced by Cirque, stances 2. He and Ren Hongling loved each other, but Run Xingquan refused to consent no matter what. The reason was just that his background was too lowly. Yi Hang's talent was not poor. It was just that he did not have sufficient resources and powerful cultivation methods. Hence, compared to Ren Hongling, Yi Hang was completely not worth mentioning. But Yi Hang's tenacity and sincerity moved Ren Hongling's maiden heart. From there, she fell hopelessly in love with this penniless little alchemist. Yi Hang lifted his head and gave a long sigh as he said, Yi Hang did things all my life with a clear conscience. To think that I still ended up like this. Forget it, forget it. This life, give it back to that unreasonable Run Xingquan. Also, count it as settling a grudge. As he said, Yi Hang shut his eyes and said, "Do it." Su Zihui was originally still quite impatient, feeling that this punk was still babbling on and on before dying. Suddenly, he felt that Yi Hang this name was rather familiar to the ear. When he thought again, he was suddenly shocked awake. Wasn't Yi Hang the person that young Master Yi entrusted him to find? Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Halt! Su Zihui roared. A finger's essence energy flicked out, sending that long sword in that executioner martial artist's hands flying. And at this time, that long sword was already less than half a centimeter away from Yi Hang's chest. Yi Hang looked at Su Zihui rather uncertainly, and did not know what this person was trying to do. Su Zihui stared at Yi Hang, and asked solemnly, "You're called Yi Hang? You don't know who I am?" Yi Hang was stupefied. Then he immediately understood and said with a self-ridiculing laugh, "That's true. My existence is a disgrace to the Ren family. How could he let servants know of my existence? That's right, I'm called Yi Hang." Getting an affirmative answer, Su Zihui's heart pounded. He stared fixedly at Yi Hang and asked, "Then, Who's Yi Yuan to you? Although Yi Yuan did not say who Yi Hang and Run Hongling was to him, as long as one had some brain cells, they could guess their relations. I plus P. When Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan's name, his entire body involuntarily quivered. Yuaner. Su Zihui thought to himself, D-A-M-N. There is really no story without coincidences. He actually nearly killed Yi Yuan's father. Earlier, if that sword were to really go down, he would not have the face to see Yi Yuan again thereafter. Su Zihui's son already successfully broke through realms after consuming the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan conferred. To a martial artist, one minor realm was a small matter, but the time saved from this was hard to be exchanged using money. He received Yi Yuan's grace but killed Yi Yuan's father. That would truly be a CLA. Cycle reciprocating kindness with ingrat. 1, 2. But Yi Hang was a person that City Lord mentioned by name to kill. How? How should this be done? Su Zihui had a conflicted look and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Kill or not to kill? Yi Hang looked at Su Zihui full of doubts and suspicions. The strength of this person before his eyes was too formidable. He did not have the leeway to resist at all. But hearing his tone, he actually knew Yi Yuan. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also in Wufang City right now? Thinking up till here, Yi Hang could not help being agitated. But he became downcast again very soon. He was almost dead. Even if Yi Yuan were really in Wufang City, how could he go and meet him? Yi Hang was all too familiar with Rin Xingchuan, this person. It was impossible for this expert before his eyes to defy his wishes. You, leave. Yi Hang was just letting his imagination run wild when Su Zihui suddenly spoke. Yi Hang was dazed and could not quite react. I said, leave. Su Zihui said in a solemn voice. With him saying this, the few subordinates immediately became anxious. My lord, he's a person that City Lord named to kill. If you release him, City Lord won't let you off. Yeah, City Lord's temper. Are you still unaware? You mustn't let him go. Su Zihui felt irritated and roared. I said, let him go. Are you all deaf? This matter. If City Lord lays down the blame, I'll bear it alone. Those few subordinates still wanted to urge again. Su Zihui glared fiercely and said in anger, say any more, and I'll exterminate the few of you. Seeing that Su Zihui's expression did not seem to be joking, these few subordinates finally did not speak again. But Yi Hang had a blank look as he said, Senior, you took on such a heavy responsibility in order to let me go. May I ask why? Su Zihui waved his hand and said, I received kindness from young Master Yi and seriously can't bring myself to take action. You should go. Yi Hang roused himself and said in great joy, Yuaner is really in Wufang City? Su Zihui nodded his head and said, young Master Yi is indeed in the city. He previously entrusted me to find a husband and wife pair, but I didn't have any leads all along. To think that you were actually imprisoned in City Lord Manor by City Lord. Yuaner, is he, well? Yi Hang was somewhat anxious, yet fearful that he would lose it for a time. Young Master Yi is a great character at the peak of his height, right now in the entire Wufang City. Of course he's well. Su Zihui briefly recounted the matter of him inviting Yi Yuan to Wufang City. These 2 days, the Endless World's upper echelons were all discussing the matter of establish. Plussing the Endless Alliance. Many news had not spread out yet. With Su Zihui's status, he still did not know what happened during the meet. If he knew that Yi Yuan's current status could be comparable to those sect leaders, he would probably not be so worried either. Yi Hang also felt rather unreal when he heard it. He had already not had Yi Yuan's news for over a year. This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan actually grew to such an extent. But thinking about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance in the state of Qin, perhaps he could really achieve it. Musing for a moment, Yi Heng clasped his hands and said to Su Zihui, "Junior has a presumptuous request. Can Senior please bring me to meet Yuaner?" Su Zihui looked at Yi Heng and asked, "City Lord's control over Wufang City is extremely tight. You'll probably fall into his sights once you go there. Do you really want to go back?" Yi Heng nodded and said, "My wife and son are both in the city. How can I leave alone?" Outside Wufang City, Yi Yuan pushed his movement technique to the limits. Behind him, Run Yujie was secretly alarmed. He actually felt rather taxing following Yi Yuan. Run Yujie's talent was inadequate. Up till now, he was just early rank alchemy king strength too. But even so, he was also a true blue second level soul C. With his realm, he actually could not keep up with a second level C transformation. No wonder this nephew of his could stir up the wind and rain in the endless world's upper echelons meeting. His strength was actually so formidable. Younger sister Ren Hongling lost the ability to become an alchemist. To think that she actually gave birth to such a heaven-defying son. Truly, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan stopped. "What is it?" Ren Yujie halted his footsteps too and asked curiously. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, "Heaven has eyes." It was actually Su Zihui in charge of carrying out the sentence. "Looks like I'm going to owe brother Zihui a ma's favor." As he was talking, a group of people walked out from the jungle. Chapter 5, 29 at Fengya Pavilion. At Fengya Pavilion, Yi Heng and Ren Hongling hugged tearfully. Yi Yuan watched this scene, feeling his heart ache very much too. Along the way, Yi Heng already told everything to Yi Yuan, infuriating Yi Yuan greatly. He never would have thought that Run Xingchuan was actually his blood-related maternal grandfather. Furthermore, this old man was actually so unreasonable and impervious to reason, making a connection to Run Xingchuan's conduct in the exquisite jade pavilion back. Then, Yi Yuan felt that this old man was simply incapable of being reasoned with. Yi Yuan had occupied this body for a long time and had long taken Yi Heng and Ren Hongling to be his closest loved ones. Ren Xingchuan, that old stick in the mud, actually sentenced his own son-in-law to death because of this kind of laughable reason. It was simply preposterous to the max. If Yi Yuan did not request Su Zihui previously, if the one carrying out the sentence this time was not Su Zihui, Yi Yuan would really have to part forever with his father. With Run Hongling and Yi Heng's love, she absolutely would not live on alone. He already lost an alchemy emperor father. He did not wish to lose a lower realm's father again. With the scare after the incident, Yi Yuan's hatred of Ren Xingchuan already reached the verge of erupting. "Father, mother, Yuaner is incapable and made you two suffer." Yi Yuan reproached himself. Yi Yuan also sighed deeply in his heart. His current strength was still too weak. If he had sufficient strength, Yi Heng and Ren Xingchuan absolutely wouldn't have left by themselves, and also would not have feared that Ren Xingchuan would harm him and not dare to even reveal his name. Ren Hongling already recollected her emotions at this time and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Silly child, we can have today. Your father and I are already with joy. Returning to Wufang City is your father and my decision. How can it be blamed on you?" Yi Heng pulled a long face and said, "You rascally boy, don't take everything upon yourself." As he said, Yi Heng gave a sigh and said, "To really talk about incapable, father is the most useless. Back then, I couldn't protect your mother and you well, and almost caused you mother and son pair to lose your lives. Father-in-law, he couldn't accept his daughter becoming a cripple. I can understand that too. These years, Yiheng blamed himself very much secretly too. Although he and Ren Hongling loved each other very much, he had indeed eloped with Ren Xingquan's daughter. And Ren Hongling back then was even Wufang City's future and hope. When they escaped to the southern domain back then, they did not expect to run into a group of martial artists with malicious intentions. Ren Hongling was pregnant at the time and accidentally affected the fetal circulation flow. At that time, Yi Yuan, who was still in her womb, was already in danger of dying. In order to preserve Yi Yuan at that time, she poured all of her essence energy into her womb. But because her dantian was damaged, she herself became incapable of sing essence energy again. This increased the guilt in Yiheng's heart even more. It was precisely because so that he would think of returning to the northern domain and get Ren Xingquan's forgiveness. But they never expected that Ren Xingquan was actually extreme to such a degree. Seeing Yiheng's expression, Yi Yuan's heart winced in pain, and he said solemnly, "Who said that father is useless? Isn't it just a peak alchemy sovereign? Father, your future accomplishments will surely be above his." Yiheng laughed in spite of himself and said, "Silly boy, your grandfather is already standing at the pinnacle of the endless world. Serpa, sing him, wouldn't I ascend to the divine realm?" Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "What does ascending to the divine realm even count as? I've already realized now that the legacy I obtained absolutely far exceeds the endless world's standards. Ascending to the divine realm is but a matter of time too." Right at this time, an immensely powerful pressure enveloped the entire Feng Yi pavilion. Everyone's faces changed. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said to Yiheng and Ren Hongling, "Father, mother, just stay here. I'll face off with this old fellow." To be able to release such a powerful pressure, who else could it be but Ren Xingquan? Towards Ren Xingquan, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of a favorable impression. Yi Yuan casually laid down a set of restrictions to stop the two of them from coming out, but he himself then turned around and went out. He wanted to have a look at just how much of a scoundrel this old fellow was. Yi Yuan came out from inside the house. A slightly aged-looking silhouette appeared in the courtyard. Who could it be but Ren Xingquan? Bang! At first sight, Ren Xingquan directly slapped a palm at Su Zihui. Su Zihui, Ren Yujia, and Ren Dong were all in the courtyard waiting for Yi Yuan. Ren Xingquan actually did not say a word and directly made a move, disregarding that Su Zihui did not dare to resist. Even if he really resisted, it was impossible to be Ren Xingquan's match too. This palm directly beat Su Zihui to heavy injuries. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme and reproached indignantly, "Old fogey, you dare to make a move and hurt people." Ren Xingquan's temper was clearly not good either, and he likewise rebuked furiously, "Humph, living off me, but secretly helping others. Leaving him his wretched life is already showing mercy. Boy, isn't your hand extending a bit too long? Don't think that with old Hai backing you up, I won't dare to do anything to you. You actually dared to interfere with my family affairs. Even if I killed you, I believe that old Hai would have nothing to say either." "Father, he is." Ren Yujia anxiously tried to explain. "You shut your mouth for this old man. Your gall is getting bigger and bigger now to actually dare defy my orders. After I take care of this brat, I'll deal with you after. Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, kill me together with them today too." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Humph, do you really take this old man to be made out of clay? Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, as he said, Run Xingchuan actually really lifted his palm and struck towards Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Ren Dong stepped forward bravely and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. "Grandfather, if you want to kill Master, then kill me off too," Ren Dong said with cold eyes. Ren Xingchuan's expression choked up, and he said furiously, each and every one of you is rebelling. You move to one side for me." At this time, a beautiful profile slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Originally, I didn't want to disturb you, but this place is too noisy." Once Yu Mengli appeared, the power emitting faintly from her body immediately scattered Ren Xingchuan's pressure in all directions. Ren Xingchuan's expression became apprehensive. Everything in this courtyard was under his control, but he actually did not discover just how this woman showed up. Furthermore, the aura emanating off from this woman's body unexpectedly made him feel daunted. There was actually such a powerful martial artist around Yi Yuan still. What background did this boy have? He was seriously too mysterious. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "This old man only knows how to be fierce all day long. I want to see if his bones are really that tough. Lear, help me take good care of this old fogey." Yu Mengli said apathetically, "All right." As she said, Yu Mengli gently lifted her finger. The situation in the entire courtyard changed drastically. Ren Xingchuan's expression changed dramatically when he saw the situation. His mouth was unable to close no matter what. Boundless realm. This is absolutely the power belonging to Boundless Realm. How is this possible? Chapter 530, with Ren Xingchuan's shout. Everyone was taken aback from shock. With Ren Xingchuan's shout, everyone was taken aback from shock. What kind of boundary Boundless Realm was? Everyone present was all too clear. This was power not belonging to the endless world. How could it possibly appear on such a young girl? But with Ren Xingchuan's realm, how could he possibly identify wrongly? With this, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a change again. A Boundless Realm expert actually willingly followed by Yi Yuan's side. What kind of concept was this? Ren Dong was the first to react and begged Yi Yuan, "Master, although grandfather he's rather overbearing, his offense doesn't deserve death. You let him go, all right?" Ren Xingchuan's mouth moved, wanting to say something, but he ultimately did not speak. Facing a Boundless Realm experts, he seriously did not have any confidence to continue being arrogant. Seeing Ren Xingchuan's deflated look, Yi Yuan could not help feeling secretly pleased inwardly. Yu Mengli could not really make a move, but using her move to deter a little was still very effective. This kind of stirring up heaven and earth essence energy was just the effort of lifting a finger to Yu Mengli. But in the eyes of divine traversing realms, it was a God-like realm. A boundless realm in the lower realms represented invincibility. Even with Ren Xingchuan's domineering character, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Mengli either. Forget it. Lear, put it away. Who asked me to take in such an obedient disciple if I killed his blood-related grandfather? This master and disciple relation wouldn't carry on well in the future, Yi Yuan deliberately said with an emotional sigh. Yu Mengli nodded and kept her aura, becoming a harmless little girl again. She then stood behind Yi Yuan. Ren Dong was sold by Yi Yuan without even him knowing it. Seeing Yu Mengli cease, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Ren Xingchuan also recovered at this point. Hearing Ren Dong calling Master over and over again, he could not refrain from saying angrily, "Donger, what are you calling him? What right does he, a sea transformation realm brat, have to be your master?" Ren Dong shook his head and said, He's not my martial path master, but my alchemy path master. Ren Xingchuan was stunned. The flames which were just suppressed shot up all at once with a roar again. With Grandpa teaching you alchemy skills, you actually still acknowledged others as your master? Ignoring that you acknowledged a master, Yi Yuan is, at the very most, just a quasi-alchemy king too. What right does he have to be your master? Have you lost your mind? Grandfather, I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Although master, he can only refine quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the profoundness of his alchemy path knowledge far exceeds yours. As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. He can naturally be my master. Rendong said. Only now did Ren Xingchuan recall Yi Yuan's performance at the 1,000 Query Wall. Back then, he stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to challenge. If he really carried on, how many questions Yi Yuan could answer was really hard to say. Looking from this, Yi Yuan's alchemy path standards actually far surpa set his present realm. As long as his boundary reached, the standards of the medicinal pills refined would greatly surpa those of the same rank. Like this, Yi Yuan being Ren Dong's master did not seem to be unjustifiable. Ren Xingchuan discovered that he could not do anything to this youth before his eyes at all. He had a boundless realm fighter, and his own alchemy knowledge was also very heaven-defying. Martial path and alchemy path, he actually could not match up to a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This made the arrogance in heart and haughty in manner Ren Xingchuan feel very aggrieved. Stinking brat, quickly hand over Yi Hang and my daughter. This is my family matter. It isn't your turn to interfere. Ren Xingchuan talking right now was not as confident as earlier. He did not even dare to say threatening words. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are right inside this house behind me. If you have the capabilities, you go and bring them out yourself." You. Ren Xingchuan took a look at the Yu Mengli behind Yu Mengli and nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. If I could beat her, I would have long brought them out. Why would I waste my breath with you? Ren Xingchuan sucked in a deep breath and reined in his impatience as he asked Yi Yuan, "Fine. Then I ask you, what is your relations? I plus P with them? Why do you want to save them?" But Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. When these words came out, Ren Xingchuan himself was stunned for a bit too. He was originally in the midst of anger and did not think deeply about this matter. Now that he asked, he thought of a possibility. Yi Yuan was surnamed Yi. Yi Hang was surnamed Yi too. Moreover, calculating according to the time, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling had also left the northern domain for 18 to 19 years already, just nice coinciding with Yi Yuan's age. Shouldn't be. Ren Xingchuan seemed to have thought of something and abruptly turned his head to ask Ren Yujia, "You all knew long ago?" Ren Yujia forced a smile and said, "I only knew today as well. It was sister's one sentence which shocked me awake thoroughly. That's why I took the risk of father laying down punishment to bring her to find Yi Yuan." Ren Xingchuan was stupefied and asked, "What did Hongling she say?" She said, if brother-in-law died, she absolutely wouldn't live on alone. And if Yi Yuan knew that they died in your hands, he'll surely come to find you to take revenge in the future. She didn't hope to see this kind of human relations tragedy to happen to our Run family. When I knew that sister's son was Yi Yuan, I knew that he completely had this capability to come and find you to take revenge in the future. Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan was secretly alarmed. Was there a need to wait for the future? Yi Yuan had a seemingly boundless realm expert beside him right now. He wanting to kill him was simply something effortless. Even if he did not rely on this boundless realm, With Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, maybe in less than 5 years, he would not be his match anymore. He had such a heaven-defying maternal grandson, but he also almost killed his son-in-law. Why did this sort of thing seem so absurd? Except that Ren Xingchuan never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this gradually rising genius martial artist, was actually his own maternal grandson. This grandson should originally have been the entire Wufang city's pride. But now, this was the first time in his life that Ren Xingchuan felt somewhat regretful. For so many years, he stood by his words. He wanted the entire Wufang city to all listen to him. His daughter fell for a bottom-level alchemist. He wanted to use forceful means to separate them. Now, that alchemist brought sincerity and brought his wife to come and apologize to him. Instead, he wanted to kill that alchemist. You're regretting. Yi Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Ren Xingchuan was startled. This boy actually saw through his thoughts. You're regretting that a junior, which even Old High regards highly, was actually your own grandson, but you didn't know. You're regretting that this grandson can give your Wufang city, can give your Ren family limitless reverence and benefits, but you wanted to kill his father. You're regretting that such an outstanding grandson, but you offended him thoroughly. But have you thought about that if I was just an ordinary person, would you still regret the things that you did last time? If I were just an ordinary person, my corpse would probably be lying in this courtyard right now already, right? Therefore, you're just an utter and complete self-centered person. In your eyes, only your paramount status is the most important. Chapter 531, each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingchuan's heart like a heavy punch. Each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingchuan's heart like a heavy punch. Such an outstanding junior was absolutely what every family clan were extremely eager for. Even using one's heel to think about it, one would also know that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. But now, Ren Xingchuan had offended this descendant thoroughly. Of course, offended means offended. If it were an ordinary person, Ren Xingchuan could capture him back to discipline him strictly. But the problem was that he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Humph! What do you know at your young age? Everything that I do is for the sake of the Ren family. If there wasn't me, how could the Ren family quash the Chao family and firmly occupy this Wufang city's highest position? Ren Xingchuan was very conceited. Even if he felt regret over Yi Yuan in his heart, it was also not possible to lower his head to Yi Yuan this junior. Furthermore, he did not feel that what he did was in any way wrong. This was the most crucial. Ha ha ha. You, this old man, are really amusing. Is this game of deceiving yourself and others very fun? Hearing Ren Xingchuan's words, Yi Yuan burst into laughter. The mockery in the laugh was revealed completely. Ren Xingchuan said with a black face, "Deceiving myself and others? Wufang City is already managed by me tight like an iron bucket. Who dares to say a word of no to my orders? Like an iron bucket, is it? Maybe. It's just that this is only temporary. If your words are really the law in this Wufang City, on that day when I challenged the 1,000-query wall, you shouldn't have been standing on the Chao family's side. You should have been kicking them while they are down to pull the Chao family up by the roots. You didn't dare to do this because the Chao family's bedrock is too deep. And this Wufang City's prestige still needs the Chao family to maintain it, and not you, this city lord." Yi Yuan continued with a cold smile and said, "The Chao family is just on the decline temporarily. Their foundation is right there. Sooner or later, there will come a day when they will rise up once more. And you are just an upstart, without a bedrock, without any future. After you pass your peak period, Wufang City will change hands once more. Actually, you yourself realize this point too, right? Humph. Donger talent greatly Serpa. Ses that Chow Fong. You saw it yourself too. As long as Donger matures, the Chow family still will be trampled underfoot by our Run family. Run Xingchuan continued to be stubborn. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I don't deny this point. But do you really feel that Run Dong can take on the heavy responsibility all by himself? What can you leave for him? A powerful family? Chow family is indeed inferior to Run Dong, but they're just quasi-alchemy kings after all. At alchemy king this level, alchemy sovereign this level, the Chow family can invite so many alchemy sovereign experts every 5 years. Those people didn't come on account of your face. They came for the Chow family. In terms of foundation, in terms of connections, in terms of talents, the Run family doesn't have a single one that can beat the Chow family. Yi Yuan's words shattered Run Xingchuan's sense of superiority to dust. Run Xingchuan opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute. His entire person seemed to have been sapped dry. It was as if his whole person aged greatly instantaneously. Yi Yuan's words. The nail on the head. He had no way of refuting at all. The Rin family's few years of flass. Plus Ness were just on the exterior. Rin Xingchuan had long realized the Run family's crisis. Hence, he groomed Rin Hongling and the Run Dong later on without sparing any effort. But just as Yi Yuan said, the Run family's foundation was too shallow and simply could not be compared with the Chow family. Within the Chow family's third generation, indeed, there was N.O. body who could Serpa S. Rendong. But the Chow family's second generation was much stronger than the Run family's. In the Chow family's second generation, just the alchemy sovereign experts numbered quite a few, who dared to guarantee that among these people there wouldn't be a peak alchemy sovereign being born in the future. As long as a peak alchemy sovereign appears in the Chow family, his position as the city lord would be in imminent danger. And the Ren family only had Ren Yujia, this early rank alchemy king. Ren Yujia was quite talented in the area of managing the city, but on the alchemy path, it was rather forceful for him. Ren Xingchuan spared no effort to quash the Chow family on the one hand. On the other hand, he had no choice but to borrow the Chow family's prestige to strengthen Wufang City's rule. The hearts, plus PS in between this, only he himself knew. Who could have thought that such a young youth actually saw through the Run family's peril at one glance? It was precisely because of so that after Run Xingchuan knew Yi Yuan Zident, he became even more dejected. Run Xingchuan very much wished that Yi Yuan could become a member of the Run family. But his personality was like this. He would not lower his pride to say some submissive words. His attitude was still very unyielding. Yi Yuan ignored Run Xingchuan's awkwardness. He went to Su Zihui's side and poured essence energy from his palm into Su Zihui's body. Yi Yuan could only refine Tier 4 medicinal pills right now. It could not have much of an effect on Su Zihui at all. But Yi Yuan had many ways of treating people. Although his realm was not high, using essence energy to help Su Zihui ease his wounds was still doable. Before long, Su Zihui's complexion became a little rosier. Although his wounds were not healed yet, he could still labor to say some words. The conversation between this grandfather and grandson. Although Su Zihui was unable to stick a word in, he still took it all in. Honestly speaking, he felt that City Lord was very impressive all along. But he did not think that the City Lord Manor's crisis actually already reached such a state. It was precisely because of so that he admired Yi Yuan even more. This boy was so young. Not only was his strength and means extremely formidable, but his visual prowess also greatly said ordinary people. His future accomplishments were boundless. Thank you very much, young Master Yi. Su Zihui forcefully propped himself to stand up and wanted to give a bow to Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan stopped him and said, unhappily, disregarding that you got injured because of me, just based on our friends. I plus P. Is there a need to say a word of thanks? Su Zihui went blank and could not help being overjoyed in his heart. Hearing Yi Yuan's tone, he took him as a sworn friend for life or death. Although his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, to be able to be recognized by Yi Yuan at this time, he could not contain the joy in his heart. To be able to become friends with a peerless prodigy like Yi Yuan, others could not accomplish this even if they were envious. Su Zihui nodded hard at Yi Yuan to express that he understood. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingquan's face became even blacker. This brat was so polite to his own subordinate, but to himself, Yi Yuan had the manner of keeping him 1,000 miles away. Definitely did it intentionally for him to see. Su Zihui saw Ren Xingquan's face too, and could not help smiling bitterly as he said, young Master Yi, Brother Zihui don't need to be courteous with me. Directly call my name, or call me younger brother. Yi Yuan interrupted him. Su Zihui was blank. He nodded and said, then I won't be melodramatic. Yi Yuan, I know that I'm an outsider, but can you allow me to say a few words? Yi Yuan nodded slowly. The meaning was clearly permitting it. Su Zihui was secretly relieved, and he opened his mouth to say, I never would have dreamed that you're actually City Lord's grandson. I've followed City Lord for many years. His grace to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if he really killed me, I wouldn't have any complaints either. But seeing you grandfather and grandson wrangling until like this, I really feel very upset. Chapter 532, talking up to here. Su Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Talking up to here. Su Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Su Zihui plucked his courage and said, you are blood-related kin in the end. Even if City Lord has all kinds of faults, the fact that he's your grandfather can't be changed. Since you're all one family, why is there a need to cause a scene to such an extent? Regardless of what he has done, his original intention was for the Run family. No, but Ren Xingquan was enraged when he heard that. Su Zihui, do I need you to poke your nose into other people's business? How can the City Lord's merits and faults be appraised by you? Ren Xingquan thought very highly of Su Zihui all along. Otherwise, that blow just now, Su Zihui would have already gone to the Western Paradise. But no matter how highly he regarded him, Su Zihui was also just a subordinate of his. A subordinate saying his master had all kinds of faults in front of his face. With Ren Xingquan's temperament, how could he preserve face? Yi Yuan said with Su Zihui with a smile, you see, he doesn't care about your kindness. But Su Zihui did not have any embarrass, said look, and shook his head as he said, City Lord's temper, I'm aware. This life of mine was given by City Lord. Whether he accepts my grace or not is his problem, but whether I do it or not is mine. Since Yi Yuan, you have a good opinion of me, and call my brother Zihui, then even if I die, I'm also not willing to see you grandfather and grandson fall out and become enemies. Yi Yuan glanced at Su Zihui and shook his head as he said with a sigh, Brother Zihui is very loyal. To be able to make friends with Brother Zihui is truly Yi Yuan's fortune. Yi Yuan's words were naturally not said for fun. If there weren't Su Zihui, Yi Hang would probably be long dead at this time already. And the current situation would also definitely not be how it was right now. If Yi Hang really died, Yi Yuan would surely go into a frenzied state. Even if Run Xingchuan were Yi Yuan's grandfather, he would definitely kill him personally too. Yi Yuan recognized Yi Hang this father, but it did not mean that he recognized Run Xingchuan, this grandfather. If he really killed Run Xingchuan, Yi Yuan would not have any psychological burden at all. If not for Su Zihui, this person being so upright, even if he knew Yi Yuan and Yi Hang's relations, I plus P, he might not be able to withstand Ren Xingchuan's pressure and take a principled action. Ren Xingchuan's prestige, all these years in Wufang City, was still exceedingly terrifying. This situation currently, although Yi Yuan was extremely displeased, it was still not at the extent of falling out entirely, especially under the circuit, stances where he held the initiative. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of Ren Xingchuan and extended his hand to say, "Give it." Ren Xingchuan was stunned. "Give what?" "Healing medicinal pills." Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingchuan looked at Yi Yuan and glanced at Su Zihui again, his expression flickering continuously. He knew that this was the last chance Yi Yuan was giving him. If he refused to give the medicinal pills, his relations, I plus P with Yi Yuan, would most likely be unable to be mitigated forever. Ren Xingchuan could sense that Yi Yuan's stubbornness was absolutely not beneath his, but handing over the medicinal pills was equivalent to him lowering his head to Yi Yuan. He injured his subordinate, but used his own medicinal pills to heal. This by itself was a form of submission. Yet, Ren Xingchuan was an extremely tyrannical person. There had only ever been others lowering their heads to him. Where was there the part of him submitting to others? Everyone held their breaths, awaiting Ren Xingchuan's choice. With this falling out, Yi Yuan and the Ren family would probably have no way of getting together again. Su Zihui did not say anything by the side. He had interacted with Yi Yuan for a period of time too, and more or less understood a bit of Yi Yuan's personality. He was extremely domineering, facing a leviathan like the Myriad Sword sect, and directly detained Qin Hongtao's grandson. Now, facing a Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan being able to do it to such a step was already giving him tremendous face. As for how he chose, it would be up to Ren Xingchuan himself. Ren Xingchuan felt his heart beat very fiercely. He froze there without moving for a long time. He never thought that he would actually be checkmated by his own grandson. Facing Yi Yuan's overbearingness, Ren Xingchuan actually had dread in his heart. Ren Xingchuan was perfectly clear about Yi Yuan's ability. Once the Ren family had Yi Yuan, it was far from as simple as having a descendant with an exceptionally promising future. Yi Yuan's prowess by itself was already ample to astonish everyone. The Chao family's dread towards Yi Yuan right now simply could not be described using words. Originally, Ren Xingchuan was also extremely wary of Yi Yuan. But if Yi Yuan joined the Ren family, the Chao family was completely nothing to be scared of. With Yi Yuan, the Ren family would have an additional living 1,000 query wall. "Faster. My patience has a limit," Yi Yuan said with a frown. Ren Xingchuan drew a deep breath and took out a Tier 4 healing medicinal pill from his storage ring. He slammed it sullenly on Yi Yuan's palm. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan lightly swept a glance over the medicinal pill in his palm and said disdainfully, "A dignified peak alchemy sovereign can only refine this sort of rubbish medicinal pill. Forget it, who asked me to be unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Brother Zihui, you make do with these and take them." As he said this, Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Su Zihui. Ren Xingchuan's face went black, and he said furiously, "Stinking brat, This azure flower jade dew pill is the highest grade healing medicinal pill in Wufang City. You actually say that it's rubbish? Yi Yuan said crossly, an exalted peak alchemy sovereign refining a tier 4 medicinal pill can only come out with just high grade. You have the face to take them out. Rin Xingchuan said with a cold smile, who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the capabilities, refine one yourself for me to see. Yi Yuan chuckled, but did not speak. But the contempt in his expression stimulated Rin Xingchuan greatly. He had yet to flare up when Run Dong interjected. Grandfather, if master, he broke through to the Alchemy King realm, refining transcendent grade azure flower jade. Dew pills should be not an issue. You rascal, why are you helping outsiders? Also, he's your cousin. What are you calling him master for? Hearing Run Dong cut in, Run Xingchuan immediately blew up and directly shouted. But Run Dong grinned cheekily and said, You already said that he's my cousin. How is it helping outsiders? Furthermore, we're each involved differently. It doesn't affect anything. Since I acknowledged cousin as my master, he'll be my master in this lifetime. Run Xingchuan's face went black, and his figure moved, carrying Run Dong in his arm. Stinking brat, still being stubborn. Watch if I don't take care of you properly when we return. Also, you Jia, go back and face the wall to reflect. As he said, Run Xingchuan's figure moved. Vanis. Plussing from inside Feng, Ye pavilion. Seeing Run Xingchuan's distant back view, Su Zihui said gratefully, Young master saved face for city lord. Zihui is endlessly grateful. Su Zihui perceived that after Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill earlier, he deliberately displayed a disdainful look as an impromptu jest. This way, everyone would not appear to be overly awkward. Although Yi Yuan forced Rin Xingchuan to lower his head, he was after all one of the top alchemists in this small world. This face still had to be given. Yi Yuan had a black face as he said unhappily, What, young master? Why are you at it again? Just call me Yi Yuan in future. Over here at my place, you're not a subordinate, but a friend. Chapter 533, The Chao Family's Distress. Chapter 533, The Chao Family's Distress. What did you say? Yi Yuan is Run Xingchuan's grandson? These 2 days, the news that Yi Yuan was Run Xingchuan's grandson slowly spread out within Wufang City. The Chao family was naturally among the first batch of family clans who were informed of this news. When Chao Zheng heard this news, alarm and panic were all over his face. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him. How monstrous Yi Yuan was, Chao Zheng already had a taste of it. His performance at the 1,000-query wall made Chao Zheng unbelievably panic-stricken. Originally, Rin Xingchuan falling out with Yi Yuan at Exquisite Jade Pavilion even delighted Chao Zheng endlessly, who knew that the situation would change drastically. News suddenly came from the Rin family that Yi Yuan actually was Run Xingchuan's grandson. Yi Yuan's realm was not high, but was an exceptionally troublesome character. Not only was his alchemy knowledge extremely terrifying, he even had the support of the 3 sects and Qi Hai behind him. He was simply unshakable by anyone. Such an existence became a member of the Rin family. This simply could be said to be a catastrophic disaster for the Chao family. The Chao family's greatest confidence and reliance right now were the 1,000-query wall. Yet this confidence in front of Yi Yuan could not withstand a single blow. If Yi Yuan was not a Rin family member, for the sake of Wufang City's collective interest, Run Xingchuan had no choice but to stand on the Chao family's side. But if Yi Yuan became a Rin family member, the situation would be entirely different. With Yi Yuan's alchemy knowledge, he could completely come and challenge the 1,000-query wall's 7th level directly. Even if the challenge was not successful, as long as Yi Yuan's performance was sufficiently heaven-defying, he could also push the Ren family's prestige to another height. At that time, the Ren family completely did not need to rely on the Chao family's prestige anymore, because Yi Yuan was another 1,000-query wall. Ren Xingchuan had long viewed the Chao family as a thorn in the side. If he had a living 1,000-query wall like Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to let go of the chance to suppress the Chao family. Yes, the information is already confirmed. Back then, Ren Xingchuan's youngest daughter eloped to the southern domain with an alchemy master without any background, and she gave birth to a boy in a mortal kingdom. That boy is Yi Yuan. The one talking was Chao Zheng's eldest son, Chao Kuan. At present, he was already an early-rank alchemy sovereign expert. Entirely different from Chao Fang being utterly suppressed by Ren Dong, Chao Kuan was an elite among the Chao family's second generation, standing out above the entire city. Apart from Chao Kuan, the Chao family still had a number of sons who were all alchemy king experts. Compared to Ren Yujia, it was seriously way stronger. These few sons of Chao Zheng were the people Ren Xingchuan was wariest of, especially Chao Kuan. It was very likely for him to impact through the realm of peak alchemy sovereign in the future. As long as the Chao family gave birth to another peak alchemy sovereign expert, the Chao family's declining trend would gradually turn around. These few years, Chao Zheng had always been enduring silently. It was for the sake of waiting for Chao Kuan to rise up. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely ruined his plans. Chao Zheng sucked in a deep breath. He sat back down onto his seat with tightly knitted brows. This news was too shocking. He was caught somewhat off guard. Any other news? Chao Kuan's expression was not too good either, as he said, "Some news even came out of City Lord Manor. It's just that I don't know if it's true or false." "Speak." "It's said that Ren Xingchuan will send out a public notice 2 days later to announce an important issue. Although it's uncertain what it is, it may be summed that it can't be not related to that Yi Yuan." Chao Zheng felt an incredible headache. Originally, in this Wufang city, the momentum of all of the luck was gradually leaning towards the Chao family. Yet, Yi Yuan's appearance completely turned the situation around. After a long time, Chao Zheng looked his son and asked, "How much strength do you feel that Yi Yuan really has?" "I'm talking about 1,000-query wall." That day when Yi Yuan challenged the 1,000-query wall, although Chao Kuan wasn't present, he researched Yi Yuan's answers carefully after the incident too, and it actually gave him a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. As a Chao family descendant, the most important thing was to study the 1,000-query wall. Chao Kuan, as an alchemy sovereign expert, was very clear about the 1,000-query wall's 7th level's questions. Yi Yuan's answers made him have a feeling of sighing at his own inferiority. This youth was too strong. Chao Kuan mused for a moment and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "I really have no way of estimating." Although Yi Yuan only answered 20 questions, these 20 questions, he answered all of them directly, virtually, without even thinking time. More importantly, all of his answers leave no room for criticism and completely can't pick out any fault. This shows that these 20 questions were very easy for him. As for where his limit lies, most likely, body knows. Unless... Chao Kuan did not finish saying, but Chao Zheng understood his meaning. Unless Yi Yuan continued challenging the questions in front. Otherwise, body knew where his limit lies. The 1,000-query wall's 7th level could be said to be a deity-like existence. Even though these 20 questions were only ranked at the back of the 7th level, the difficulty involved already represented the endless world's pinnacle standard. But it was this pinnacle standard that was like child's play in front of Yi Yuan, utterly without any difficulty in the slightest. So where Yi Yuan's limits lay, and oh, body knew either. But the problem was, did the Chao family dare to let Yi Yuan continue challenging their 1,000-query wall? When the mysterious veil of a holy land was uncovered layer by layer, then it could no longer be hailed as a holy land. After a long while, Chao Zheng gave a sigh and said, "The Chao family has lasted several thousand years and been through several times of prosperity and decline, but we pulled through all of it. These several decades, the Chao family was suppressed by the Ren family all along. Father has never given up before either. But now, Sai, you take your leave first. Let Father think about it properly." Seeing Chao Zheng's look, Chao Kun was downcast too. His painstaking efforts these few years was for the sake of Quas. Plussing the Ren family. But now, because of the appearance of a sea transformation, realm youth, it vanished like soap bubbles. This made him have intense unwillingness in his heart. It was just that, so what even if he was any more unwilling? What Chao Zheng wanted to think about, Chao Kun naturally knew. He wanted to think about how to let the Chao family carry on surviving. Was a colossal family clan with a lineage of several thousand years actually facing annihilation? City Lord Manor. Ren Yujie was currently a guest at Ren Hongling's residence. Ren Yujie said with a smile, "Hongling, you and brother-in-law lived a vagrant life outside these few years. You must have really suffered considerable hards. P.S. Now, Father finally thought it through. Our family can finally sit down properly and have a chat." But Ren Hongling was displeased as she said, "What thought things through? If it wasn't for you honor, how could he have possibly thought it through? Furthermore, my husband and I have already treated the state of Qin as our home these few years. Where is their suffering hearts? P.S. Ren Yujie was a goody two-shoes. Hearing that Ren Yujie was still full of grievances, he was feeling rather awkward. Yi Hang could only come forward to smooth things over. He said, "Hongling, although our family went through quite a lot of twists and turns during this period, it also considered a happy ending right now. Past matters, just let it go." In truth, how could Yi Hang not have resentment in his heart? But Yi Hang's disposition was magnanimous, and his tolerance was outstanding. He had long come to accept everything. In Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan's current accomplishments were extraordinary. Ren Hongling could return to the Ren family too. He no longer had any worries in his heart. The various things in the past, he did not have anything he could not get over too. Chapter 534, Announcing to the Entire City. Chapter 534, Announcing to the entire city. Hearing Yi Hang said so, Ren Hongling had nothing much to say as well. Although Ren Hongling was resentful towards Ren Xingchuan in her heart, she was Ren Xingchuan's daughter after all. With this matter being able to be resolved perfectly, Ren Hongling was naturally very happy in her heart too. Actually, Yi Yuan's words that day shook Father up greatly. These 2 days, his attitude when speaking to me was much better than before. Intentionally, in his words and in a roundabout manner, he had remorse towards the two of you. It's just that due to pride, he couldn't come over to find you guys, Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang waved his hand and said, "Past matters are already over. City Lord is a senior after all. How can we let him come and apologize?" Ren Yujie nodded his head and said, "I wonder what plans brother-in-law have from here on." Yi Hang said, "I've already discussed with Hongling. After some time, we'll return with Grand Elder Sky Maple back to the Tranquil Cloud sect. That is Yuaner's home. It's naturally our home too." Ren Yujie smiled bitterly and said, "Are you guys still harboring resentment towards Father in your hearts?" Yi Hang shook his head and said, "What's elder brother talking about? Now that my wish is fulfilled, there isn't any resentment. It's just that we understand you honor. He definitely won't be some young patriarch in this Wufang city. He will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Homelings, and my greatest worry is Yuaner, were naturally unwilling to leave him. Ren Yujie came to a realization. He said, "Actually, me coming to find you guys today was Father's intentions. He has an idea and wants to seek your opinions." Yi Hang and Ren Hongling exchanged glances and were slightly a bit surprised. Ren Yujie would actually seek the two of their opinions when doing things. It made them very surprised. "Elder brother, please say," Yi Hang said. "Actually, Father felt that he owes you guys too much these few years and wants to hold a make-up wedding for you. At the appointed time, he will announce to the entire Wufang city and apologize to you guys for the incident back then. It's just that he was embarrassed, as said to ask you. So he sent me to consult your opinions," Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not quite dare to believe that Ren Xingchuan would actually do something like this. Back then, he had experienced Ren Xingchuan's high-handed personality many times. Coming to Wufang City this time, Ren Xingchuan's behavior went from bad to worse. To think that after experiencing the incident 2 days back, Ren Xingchuan would actually undergo such a huge transformation. Yi Hang knew that this was all changes which Yi Yuan brought to him. One had to admit that this suggestion of Ren Xingchuan still made his heart palpitate with excitement. He brought Ren Hongling and traveled far away to the southern domain back then. But Ren Hongling conceived Yi Yuan along the way. Then, later on, they settled down in the state of Qin. He and Ren Hongling actually never held a presentable ceremony between them before. Although Ren Hongling followed him out of her own free will, he still felt like he owed her in his heart throughout. With a time interval of many years, if he could hold a grand and spectacular ceremony, it could also be considered a compensation to Ren Hongling, right? Especially this time. It was going to be held with Ren Xingchuan's blessings. The significance was naturally extraordinary, except making Ren Xingchuan inform the entire city. This sort of thing was a bit too damaging to one's face. This point made Yi Hang hesitate. Yi Hang looked dearly at Ren Hongling. Ren Hongling smiled gently and said, "All up to husband to make the decision." The two of them had helped each other in humble stances and had long known what the other was thinking. Just one look, and Ren Hongling knew what Yi Hang was worried about. Yi Hang felt grateful inwardly and said, "Hongling, after we return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, I'll invite Grand Elder Sky Maple to take charge and hold a make-up ceremony." But Ren Yujie's expression changed, and he said, "You'd rather go back to the Tranquil Cloud sect than be willing to accept Father's apology? Isn't doing this too overboard?" Yi Hang shook his head and said, "Elder brother, you're mistaken. City Lord is the ruler of a city. His status is comparable to the 3 sects' old ancestors. How can we let him do such a thing? Uncle, you go and tell that old man about this matter. I'll agree on Father's behalf." Right then, Yi Yuan's voice came over from outside the door. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the room and came before Yi Hang and said, "This is what that old man owes you, and it is also what you deserve." "Haha, looks like that old man isn't stupid. He knows to use you guys to tie me down. But I have to admit that him doing this thing is quite in line with what I want." Yi Hang was stupefied by what Yi Yuan said. This boy was too impolite to his elders when talking. But Yi Yuan was no longer the former Yi Yuan. He was already a great figure who could command a region. Although that face was still somewhat childish and tender, he had already grown into a towering tree. Towards Yi Yuan, Yi Hang had long not used the mentality of treating little children to treat him. Although he felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was rather inappropriate, he did not say anything either. Yuaner, this isn't very good, right? After all, he's your grandfather. Yi Hang used a consulting tone and said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Haha, I didn't acknowledge that he's my grandfather. The Run family doesn't have anything to do with me at all. To me, you and Mother are the most important people. That old man harmed you guys, and even almost killed you. Although I didn't haggle over it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to pay a bit of a price. Furthermore, do you think that informing the entire city is very detrimental to him? Yi Hang was dazed as he said, Isn't that so? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, The martial artist world has always been talking using strength. Although alchemists are slightly different from martial artists, they similarly use strength to talk. That old man's strength is formidable enough. Even if there are nastier scandals, what loss is there to him? But for him announcing to the entire city and acknowledging you as his son-in-law is equivalent to acknowledging me as his maternal grandson. This will only make his position, the city lord, be even more secure. This was not Yi Yuan blowing his own trumpet, but it was a fact. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was a sea-stabilizing divine needle to the future Run family. So what if the second generation had a declining trend? So what if the Chao family's foundation was deep? These things were all too weak to take a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Hang was not a foolish person. Hearing Yi Yuan say this, he immediately understood what was happening. But he did not have any resentment towards Run Xingchuan. For Ren Xingchuan to do so, the price paid was also big enough. A character who stood at the pinnacle of a world's alchemy path like Ren Xingchuan, making him come forward to openly admit his fault seriously needed immense courage, let alone a person with Ren Xingchuan's character. Wanting to do such a thing required even greater courage. For Ren Xingchuan to be able to do it to such an extent, it could be said that he was sincerely repentant. It could also be said that he was genuinely considering for the Ren family's future. Once Yi Hang figured it out, he was no longer conflicted. He nodded and said, All right then. You make the call for this matter. Oh, right? Weren't you in closed seclusion? Why did you exit seclusion so quickly? Yi Yuan said smilingly, You're going to host a grand wedding ceremony here. How can I, as your son, not present a lavish gift? As he said, Yi Yuan took out 2 small medicinal bottles and placed them in Yi Hang's hand. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Yi Yuan pointed at one of the small bottles and said, Father is already at the peak crystal formation realm. This sea-expanding pill can help you to open up an essence energy sea and advance to the sea transformation realm. Yi Hang was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan had a mysterious master who taught him and had countless pill formulas in his brain. He had never heard of this sea-expanding pill before. But since Yi Yuan took it out to give to him, it was likely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Ever since cultivating in the spirit, bristle, 9-yang divine art, and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Yi Hang's cultivation advanced with giant strides. In this short year, he already cultivated to the peak of crystal formation realm. Shattering the core and forming the sea was a crucial step to martial artists. This sea-expanding pill was naturally the most suitable for Yi Hang. Then the other bottle. Yi Hang asked curiously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, The medicinal pill inside the other bottle is called Resplendent Jade Pill. This medicinal pill can directly act on the martial artist's dantian, repairing the dantian's damage. This medicinal pill is quite troublesome to refine, so it was delayed for some time. Run Hongling was slightly dazed and looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Hang's hands in disbelief. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath too, and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "You mean that this medicinal pill can repair your mother's dantian, and let her essence energy anew?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile, and said, "That's right. In the past, I overlooked it, and never thought that mother was actually a martial artist too. Since I'm already aware of it now, I naturally have to think of ways to remedy it." After rebirth, Yi Yuan practically spent all of his time being busy, and completely did not notice Ren Hongling's dantian damage. Seeing that her body did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations, he even thought that she was just a normal person. Hence, when he heard that Ren Hongling lost her essence energy completely as a result of saving him, apart from being moved, Yi Yuan wanted to think of ways to help her recover even more. Although who Ren Hongling saved was just his predecessor, the previous Yi Yuan to the present Yi Yuan, it was not any different. By the side, Ren Yujie had shock written all over his face too. The dantian was where the foundation of martial artists lied, but was also the most sensitive and fragile place. Once the dantian was damaged, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to martial artists, unless there were some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would basically be ruined in this lifetime. Pill formulas which restored the dantian were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the refining difficulty were all extremely great. In the endless world, there were simply no dantian restoring pill formulas, or else, with Ren Xingchuan's cultivation, he would definitely have long refined it for Ren Hongling. At Yi Yuan's level, refining this resplendent jade pill took such a long time too. It could be seen just how hard it was to refine this sort of medicinal pills. Ordinary alchemists, even if they had the pill formula, might not be able to refine it either. Hence, the astonishment in Ren Yujie's heart could be imagined. Ren Hongling's entire body trembled all over with agitation. She looked at Yi Hang with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband, to think that I can actually become an alchemist again one day." Yi Hang burst into laughter and said, "Hongling, you gave birth to a fine son." Ha ha ha. Although Ren Hongling kissed her husband and brought up her son with a mortal's ident, tie for over a decade, this did not mean that she had no attachments towards alchemy skills. One could only say that Yi Hang's and Yi Yuan's importance to Ren Hongling far set her attachment toward alchemy skills. It was because of this that she could suppress her dreams so composedly for so many years. But it was merely suppressed. Back then, Ren Hongling only got together with Yi Hang because of alchemy skills. Her feelings towards alchemy skills were naturally needless to say. Now, she could actually become an alchemist once again. The agitation in Ren Hongling's heart could be imagined. Although it was delayed for over a decade's time, Ren Hongling's age to martial artists was not considered too old. She still had hoped to climb to the summit of the alchemy path. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, "It's you guys who gave birth to a fine son together." 4 hours later, in Ren Xingchuan's study room. "What? You said that Yi Yuan refined a dantian, restoring medicinal pill? Not only did Hongling recover essence energy, now she even broke through to alchemy grandmaster." Ren Xingchuan nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Ren Yujie nodded and said, "Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Hongling consumed the resplendent jade pill that Yi Yuan refined and started close seclusion. When she came out again, she was already alchemy grandmaster realm. Who? Ren Xingchuan sucked in a deep breath. He was digesting this news. Oh, right, after Hongling exited seclusion, brother-in-law had entered close seclusion too. Yi Yuan refined a type of medicinal pill for him called Sea Expanding Pill. It's said to be able to help him break through to sea transformation and become a quasi-alchemy king. Ren Yujie said again. Ren Xingchuan looked at Ren Yujie and seriously did not know what he should say. The formidability of this grandson of his still greatly exceeded his expectations. No wonder old Hai viewed Yi Yuan. So importantly, looks like Yi Yuan obtained some heaven-defying lucky chance and had already far said the endless world, this small world. With Ren Xingchuan's strength and status, he could naturally discern what level Yi Yuan's talent was at. At the very least, this endless world's standards was unable to groom such a freak. Like this, then Yi Yuan's lucky chance could only be inherited from the divine realm, associating it to that exceptionally powerful woman around Yi Yuan again. It seemed like the various clues all pointed to the divine realm hazily. To lower realm martial artists, the divine realm was an extremely mysterious world. That place represented power and limitless possibilities. Only after a long time did Ren Xingchuan give a deep sigh and said, I really didn't think that Yi Hang and Hongling actually gave birth to such an amazing son. That, the matter of hosting a make-up wedding ceremony for them, have they agreed? Ren Yujie recounted Yi Yuan's words exactly as it was, leaving Ren Xingchuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. This boy is really sharp. Looks like it was indeed not a coincidence that he could have today's accomplishments. Forget it. As long as it can make this brat satisfied, I'll throw out this old face. Yujie, you declare an announcement tomorrow. Say that I, Ren Xingchuan, found my long-lost daughter, and I want to hold a make-up wedding for her. The entire city will celebrate together. The next 2 days, this matter became the hottest topic in the entire city. Especially among the major factions, they placed immensely close attention to this matter. At the Alchemist Association, Dan Chenzi looked at Wu Xian and said, I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan is actually Ren Xingchuan, that old fellow's grandson. He really picked up a treasure. Looks like this Wu Fang City's power arrangement will thoroughly change. Wu Xian, your relations. I plus P with that Yi Yuan isn't bad. You must maintain it well. This boy's origin is definitely not simple. Presumably, he has countless intricate ties with the divine realm. Wu Xian forced a smile and said, I also didn't think that Yi Yuan actually still had such an one tie, but through these few days of interaction with him, I discovered that Yi Yuan is a person who differentiates kindness and grudges clearly. As long as our Alchemist Association doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't have any ill intentions towards us. Dan Chenzi nodded and said, It's also thanks to Yi Yuan that I can finally refine the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. With this Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, it can be some that the day of me ascending to the divine realm won't be far off. I'll start my close seclusion from tomorrow onwards. The matter of that wedding, it will be you making an appearance then. Remember to help me send a big gift over. Chapter 536, Congratulatory Gift. Chapter 536, Congratulatory Gift. On this day, the City Lord Manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations, bustling with a jubilant air. Under Ren Xingchuan's overbearing nature, City Lord Manor had always been filled with a lifeless atmosphere. There wasn't even a person who would dare to talk loudly. It had already been D knows how many years since the City Lord Manor was so crowded. The City Lord Manor's entrance was crowded with people. Those watching the show and delivering congratulatory gifts practically blocked up the entire street in front of the entrance. City Lord actually issued a self-admonies. I plusing edict. This is truly unprecedented. Yeah, City Lord has a paramount position, dictating the world. He had always been very domineering. This time, he actually issued a self-admonies. I plus an edict for the sake of his daughter and son-in-law. It really comes as a huge surprise. Ha, you aren't aware yet, right? City Lord issuing a self-admonies. I plusing edict was not because of his daughter and son-in-law. It was because of his maternal grandson. There, it's that young man receiving guests at the entrance. How did you know? My brother-in-law's wife's younger sister's third aunt is a maidservant in City Lord Manor. This matter had long spread in the City Lord Manor. This grandson of City Lord is very formidable. I heard that he nearly overturned the Chow family's thousand-query wall. With City Lord accepting this grandson, the City Lord Manor's strength will become even greater. There were no walls without any cracks in this world. Moreover, Ren Xingchuan did not plan on controlling these rumors this time. Hence, it slowly spread out from the City Lord Manor as well. Furthermore, broadcasting Yi Yuan's reputation would only be more beneficial to the City Lord Manor. Today, Yi Yuan took the initiative to be together with Suzy Hui and took on the task of welcoming guests. For father and mother's big wedding, him, as the son, naturally had to wait upon cautiously. Alchemist A.S. Association, Elder Wu Xian has arrived. The voice had yet to fade, and Wu Xian came forward to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. He said, "Younger brother Yi, congratulations, congratulations." "Ha ha." Elder brother came really early. "Quickly have a seat inside." Yi Yuan said with a laugh too. "No rush to sit. No rush to sit. Younger brother, today is your father's joyous day. This congratulatory gift from elder brother can't be missing. But this gift of mine is offering a present provided by somebody else. Younger brother, please don't get mad," Wu Xian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What is elder brother saying here? You being able to come is already giving me tremendous face. How can I dare to get mad?" "Ha ha, then that's good. Young brother, clear away all the wine at the main banquet. Change to mine." Wu Xian said with a mysterious smile. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Could it be that this old man fermented the immortal remembrance jade brew so quickly? Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's eyes and knew that the latter already guessed it. He immediately no longer held Yi Yuan in suspense. Extending a hand and waving, he said, "Come, men, carry all of the wine inside." A group of servants carried loads and walked out from the crowd. Yi Yuan's eyes swept over. There were actually as many as 20 barrels. 20 barrels of wine was nothing, but 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew was sufficient to cause a stir throughout the entire Wufang city. These wooden barrels were all made from southern sandalwood. Although they were all sealed off, the fragrance overflowed, immediately intoxicating a stretch of people. What alcohol is this? So fragrant. It's already so fragrant without breaking the seal. If I can have a taste, I'd be willing to even die. Ha! Ignorant and ill-informed much. I smell this alcohol fragrance. It must be that legendary alchemy sovereign, Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. I had once smelled before the alcohol fragrance several hundred feet away. It made me reminiscence for several days. It's actually immortal remembrance jade brew. My G.O.D., isn't this the fine wine that alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing H.O.A.R.D.S.? Why is there so many all at once? Furthermore, why would it be delivered by Master Wu Xian? That I don't know. Moreover, I smell that this alcohol fragrance is actually even more aromatic than the last time. The quality of these immortal remembrance jade brew is probably even above the wine brewed by alchemy's sovereign Fu Yunjing. 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew. It immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The immortal remembrance jade brew was very renowned in Wufang City. Many people had only heard of its name but never seen it. Being able to have the opportunity to smell the alcohol fragrance from far away once was already the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. But today, Wu Xian brought out 20 barrels in one go. It was seriously too astonies. Plussing. Many martial artists were drooling ceaselessly, envious to death of those who could take a seat at the banquet and drink this wine. Yi Yuan saw the situation and could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "Elder brother is so ostentatious. All right, then I'll take it first." "Thank you, elder brother." "Ha. What's still there to thank between us? Furthermore, I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers here. I'm only responsible for providing the ingredients. Oh, right, I still have a congratulatory gift over here. It's Chairman's. He's currently in close seclusion right now refining pills, so he can't come here personally. But he made me bring his grat. Toot over." Wu Xian smiled and took out a long sword. Chilly air overflowed from it. Those onlooking martial artists could feel that oppressive, freezing air separated by a distance of several hundred feet away. This was still under the cirque stance where Wu Xian did not use essence energy. Yi Yuan took over the long sword from Wu Xian's hands and praised, "Fine sword." Wu Xian said with a smile, "This sword's name is called Xianying Sword. It is a low-grade profound artifact." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Elder brother, help me thank Lord Chairman on my behalf when you return." This congratulatory gift from Dan Chenzi was given to Yi Hang and wife in name. Actually, it was prepared for Yi Yuan. Profound artifacts were different from spirit artifacts, 2 entirely different concepts. Spirit artifacts that were any more expensive could also be bought on the market using essence crystals. However, profound artifacts had the demand but no supply. Even if you had plenty of essence crystals, it's still very hard to buy them from some trading companies. Profound artifacts were basically all weapons used by divine traversing realm experts. They were extremely rare in the endless world. Dan Chenzi gave a low-grade profound artifact with his opening move. It could be said to be extravagant, but Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden because he helped Dan Chenzi complete the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. The value of this medicinal pill, others were unaware, but how could Yi Yuan not know? Accepting a profound artifact of his was already him suffering a loss. But Dan Chenzi being able to remember to give him a gift counted that he had the heart to. Furthermore, following the rise in Yi Yuan's strength, Songhua sword was already gradually becoming somewhat lacking, and Songhua sword's quality already reached the limit. If more restrictions were added, there was the risk of shattering. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the Xianying sword right now, it was much more powerful than Songhua sword. This was also just Yi Yuan. Taking another C transformation realm martial artist, they could only just use some high-level spirit artifact. But Yi Yuan's martial techniques were overly heaven-defying. Ordinary spirit artifacts could not unleash the true power of his sword moves. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian had some small talk for a while. Then Wu Xian went inside to take a seat. Before long, the servant called out once again, "Chao family's family head has arrived." The expression on Chao Zheng's face was rather dim. He saw Yi Yuan and forced a smile to congratulate. "Little brother Yi, congratulations." "Congratulations." Arrivals were guests. Yi Yuan obviously would not reach his hand out to smack a smiling person. He replied with a smile, "Thank you very much." Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng did not spend these few days very well, but he did not care about it much either. Since Run Xingchuan was still technically his grandfather, Yi Yuan naturally had to lean towards the Run family. As for how the Chao family would be, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. However, Yi Yuan knew that Chao Zheng definitely would not come empty-handed today. He had to at least show a little something. Indeed, Chao Zhen fished out a slip of paper from inside his sleeves and said it to Yi Yuan, saying, "This old man slightly prepared a modest gift. I hope that little brother Yi can kindly accept it." Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the slip of paper and could not help being slightly stunned. Chapter 537, Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. Chapter 537, Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. The Chao family's big gift is rather weighty. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Zheng and said with a half-smile. The corners of Chao Zheng's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile as he said, "Little brother, Yi is too kind. Your father's grand wedding as a part of Wufang City, my Chao family naturally have to prepare something presentable." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said the slip of paper to Su Zihui and said, "Brother Zihui, I'm overwhelmed by this big gift from the Chao family. You'd better present it to old master directly." Su Zihui was rather baffled listening to the two people's conversation earlier. The thing that Chao Zheng handed over seemed to be a contract. Was it possible that the City Lord Manor was directly giving business to City Lord Manor? Such a gift definitely could not be said to be simple. He received the contract from Yi Yuan's hands doubtfully and gave it a brief glance. His entire person trembled involuntarily and almost threw the slip of paper away. Su Zihui took a look at Chao Zheng and glanced at Yi Yuan again. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. What was in his hands was indeed a contract, except that this contract was not some ordinary business from the Chao family, but the exquisite jade pavilion, which was renowned throughout the entire northern domain. This was the Chao family's largest business. It was also the most profitable business. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that inside the exquisite jade pavilion had the 1,000-query wall. The 1,000-query wall's significance to the Chao family simply could not be converted using essence crystals. That was where the foundation of the Chao family lied. It was also the foundation which the Chao family relied on to survive. Without the 1,000-query wall, the Chao family was just an ordinary alchemy family too. They will be no different from the Ren family. Moreover, without the 1,000-query wall, it was simply impossible for the Chao family to be City Lord's match. They would be completely suppressed very soon. Was Chao Zheng's brain damaged? Or else, why would he use this sort of thing for a congratulatory gift? This. Su Zihui wanted to say something but did not know what he should say. Chao Zheng looked intently at Yi Yuan and suddenly turned around to say to everyone in a loud and clear voice, "Everybody, today, borrowing City Lord Daughter's grand wedding date, my Chao family will be giving the exquisite jade pavilion as a gift. From today onwards, 1,000-query wall will be officially owned by City Lord Manor." The flesh on Chao Zheng's face was twitching, but he still said firmly, 1,000-query wall had never been the Chao family's 1,000-query wall, but all of the Endless World's alchemists' 1,000-query wall. The Chao family had always treated the 1,000-query wall as our private property. Truly an injustice to everyone. Wufang City, being the Endless World's alchemy holy land, the 1,000-query wall ought to be managed by City Lord Manor. Finished talking, Chao Zheng's entire person seemed to have aged greatly. The Chao family's painstaking work for several thousand years. He gave it away with both hands, just like this. This was a tremendous test to him. Even Yi Yuan did not expect that Chao Zheng would actually have such great breadth of spirit either, directly giving exquisite jade pavilion to City Lord Manor. The thousand query wall indeed did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan was challenging the thousand query wall, he also deeply experienced the thousand query wall's prowess. Although he only answered the last 20 questions, not one of these 20 questions did not represent extremely high standards. The crystallization of the endless world's alchemy path powerhouse's wisdom these several thousand years was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Chao Zheng's words shocked all the martial artists present until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. What? The Chao family can actually bear to hand the thousand query wall to City Lord Manor. Just why is this? This is a major epic event to the endless world's alchemy world. How is the Chao family still going to compete with City Lord Manor without the thousand query wall? This Chao Zheng isn't an impersonator, right? This kind of thing mustn't be joked around. Everyone was speculating the intentions behind this action of Chao Zheng, but no one could have guessed that Chao Zheng was actually fearful of the youth in front of him. Although some people also guessed clues from Yi Yuan challenging the thousand query wall, it was still very hard for them to link this kind of major thing to Yi Yuan. This was an insane move. What in the world was Chao Zheng afraid of? Chao Zheng had fought in the dark with Run Xingchuan for so long. How could he possibly make such a move? Yi Yuan glanced at Chao Zheng and was also slightly in admiration of his breadth of spirit. This kind of swift and opportune decisiveness was not what everybody could have. Since Chao family head is so generous, my City Lord Manor naturally won't be stingy either. From tomorrow onwards, I will open a forum and give a lecture in exquisite jade pavilion for 5 consecutive days. As long as they are alchemists, they can come and listen to the lecture. Yi Yuan suddenly said in a loud voice, "What? That young man wants to open a forum and give a lecture? Who is he? So arrogant. Are you kidding? That's the City Lord's grandson. He challenged 20 questions from the 7th level at the thousand query wall a few days back. Moreover, all of them were answered correctly. No way, right? Looking at his age, he's just 17 to 18 years old. How can he have such profound and deep alchemy knowledge? That I don't know, but you mustn't underestimate him because of his young age. I heard a story that City Lord issuing a self-admonies. Plussing edict this time was because of this grandson of his. Perhaps this action of the Chao family is due to him too. How is this possible? A 17-year-old youth can actually cause such earth-shattering impact. I only heard it. Up to you to believe it or not. But in my opinion, it's not far off. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a great disturbance in the crowd. The thousand query wall changed owners. The one opening a forum and giving a lecture was actually not the city lord, but his grandson. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance mostly circulated around the endless world's upper echelons. And these ordinary martial artists and alchemists' understanding of Yi Yuan was extremely limited. But one could also tell from the news that had spread out that this youth was absolutely out of the ordinary. It was just that opening a forum and giving a lecture was not something that normal people dared to do. Today, in front of so many people, Yi Yuan made such a promise. Did he have the ability to keep it? A minority of the people believed it, but the vast majority of the people did not believe this. A 17-year-old youth saying to open a forum and give a lecture. This was simply a joke. Many people believed that Yi Yuan would definitely be replaced by the city lord a few days later. The city lord would be the one giving the lecture. The thousand query wall changing owners, and then the city lord, His Excellency, coming forward to open a forum and give a lecture was something justifiable. Yi Yuan's experience was too shallow and was simply incapable of suppressing the scene. The reason why Yi Yuan did this was naturally that he had his own ideas. Now that the fierce Gale world was glaring at them like a ravenous tiger, to the endless world's alchemists, even if they could increase a tiny bit of strength, it was still good. Hence, he would rather waste 5 days to host a forum and give a lecture. Perhaps it might let some alchemists glean considerable gains. Furthermore, since the City Lord Manor took over the Thousand Query Wall, they had to at least have some indications to let these alchemists submit wholeheartedly. Yi Yuan did not like Rin Xingchuan, that old man. But Yi Yuan still had another plan. The position of the next city lord. He would accept it on Yi Hang's behalf. With him around, Yi Hang would surely break through to alchemy's sovereign realm within 10 years. There was body more suitable than him to take over Wufang City. Father had been nursing grievances for so many years. He got to at least hold his head up high. Chapter 538. Everyone present. Chapter 538. Everyone present. Chao Zheng looked deeply at Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yi. Tomorrow, this Chao will definitely be there to listen to little brother Ye's lecture." Chao Zheng's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging the reality of Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a lecture. His attitude caused a stir in the crowd once again. With the Chao family's foundation, he was actually going to listen to Yi Yuan's lecture. Those onlooking martial artists and alchemists all looked at Yi Yuan with amazed eyes. Right at this time, a servant called out loudly again, "Heavenly Martial Sect's Old Ancestor Ning, Myriad Sword Sect's Old Ancestor Qin, and Profound Ice Sect's Old Ancestor Jing Xian has arrived." No way, right? The 3 sects' old ancestors are actually all here. What kind of status do they have to actually turn up personally for the City Lord's daughter's wedding event? Weren't the 3 old ancestors all preparing the matters concerning the establishment of the alliance to actually find time out of their busy schedule to attend the wedding? These 3 old ancestors aren't here on account of City Lord's grandson too, right? Ning Yixian Trio's arrival caused a commotion. Their ident. 1. Ties were too high. Furthermore, when they were busy with official affairs, logically speaking, sending a divine traversing realm expert from each sect over should be enough. No one could have thought that they would actually come here personally. At this time, many people were already guessing that these 3 people came for Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Yi, this old man came here to congratulate. Qin Hongtao's voice was like a great bell and actually had a very happy appearance. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's arm and appeared very close. Yi Yuan was bewildered by this action of Qin Hongtao. He thought to himself, if it was possible that this old man ate the wrong medicine, if Ning Yixian took this kind of action, he would not be too surprised. But Qin Hongtao still had a considerable grudge with him. How could he have such an attitude? Seeing Yi Yuan's dubious eyes, Ning Yixian explained with a smile. Ever since Qin Yan returned from the Tranquil Cloud sect trip, he reflected on the bitter lesson. A few days ago, he already broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, becoming a Soul Sea realm expert. After Qin Yan exited seclusion, he said that for him to be able to break through successfully this time, the person he was most grateful to was you. For this matter, old man Qin even showed off in front of us for several days. Yi Yuan came to understand only when he heard that. It was just that he never expected that Qin Yan would actually break through so quickly. From the Sea Transformation realm to the Soul Sea realm, there was an incredible barrier. It was the checkpoint of transitioning from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms. Even for Qin Yan, these peerless heavens chosen, wanting to cross this hurdle required the ACCU, mulation of a very long period of time too. Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, and Yin Yan Hua, these 3 people were originally running neck to neck. To think that it was actually Qin Yen who strode out this step first. Ho, so that's how it is. Then I'll have to congratulate old ancestor Qin. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and congratulated. Ha ha, both of us together. Younger brother Yi don't need to be courteous with me. In the future, call me elder brother, as well will do. Your father and mother returning to their family clan and getting married blissfully. I, as the elder brother, have to come and congratulate no matter what. This goose plume treasure armor was used by me in my early days. It's already infinitely close to a profound artifact, Qin Hongtao said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's heart was moved. Defensive spirit artifacts were extremely hard to come by and tend to be much greater in value compared to offensive ones. Although this goose plume treasure armor had not yet reached the level of a profound artifact, its value was already not beneath the Xianying sword which Dan Chenzi gifted. This Qin Hongtao making a move was rather extravagant. This old man's opening move is the goose plume treasure armor. Doesn't that make it hard for the two of us? Fortunately, this old man, I have preparations. Come, Yi Yuan. This is Earthcore Spirit Essence milk. With your knowledge, you should know its value. It's absolutely not beneath that goose plume treasure armor of old man Qin. Ning Yixian said with a smile. Yi Yuan, this is our profound ice sex specialty product, Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus. This lotus will only bloom once every 100 years. Even in my profound ice sect, it's an extremely rare object too. Jing Xian said. When Yi Yuan saw this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, he could not help becoming wildly ecstatic in his heart. He truly did not expect that the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus actually really existed in the endless world. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a Tier 5 item. To people who cultivated in ice attribute cultivation laws, it was a greatly beneficial item. Even when swallowing it whole, it could also be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. To the profound ice sex martial artists, it was absolutely an extremely precious spirit medicine. Of course, Yi Yuan was not concerned by this. The reason why he was so elated was that this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a type of Tier 5 medicinal herb. It was also the mandatory material to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. This 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was a miracle elixir to treat the chronic disease in Luer's body. For such a long time, Luer had been staying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact, all this while because she was unable to cultivate. But Yi Yuan's current realm was unable to help Luer uproot the chronic disease. This had always been a worry for Yi Yuan. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was very seldom seen. Yi Yuan even thought that it probably could not be found in the endless world. Who knew that it was acquired without any effort at all? This was actually the profound ice sex specialty product. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to divine traversing realm, refining this 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill would naturally be easily accomplished. Yi Yuan contained the joy in his heart and said to the 3 people with clasped hands, "Many thanks to 3 old ancestors." Elder brother Wu Xian prepared Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew for everybody. 3 old ancestors, please head inside to have a taste. Qin Hongtao's eyes lit up, and he said in ecstasy, "I've drunk the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place. Until now, it still brings back endless aftertastes. Didn't expect that Wu Xian, that old fellow, actually knows how to brew it too. Old man Ning, Jing Xian, hurry, hurry. I want to go and have a taste." Ning Yixian had clearly heard of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's great name before. At this time, his alcohol addiction flared up too. He said goodbye to Yi Yuan and went inside with Jing Xian. Ha ha ha. Little brother Yi, this old man came without an invitation. You mustn't blame me. Yi Yuan hurriedly went up to greet with clasped hands as he said with a smile, "What's Old Hai saying here? You're working hard for the common people in the world. How can Yi Yuan dare to blame you? Furthermore, my parents are just holding a make-up wedding. How can we dare to trouble Old Hai to grace us with your grand presence?" Chi Hai said with a laugh, "Even if I'm any busier, little brother Ye's parents' great event, I have to rush over to. Here, this is an ancient tiger bone, which I acquired some years back in the Endless Forest. I don't have much use for it keeping it either. I'll give it to you as a gift then." Chi Hai's voice had yet to fade when a streak of white light flashed past, and S-N-A-T-C head away the tiger bone from Chi Hai's hands. It was precisely white light. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said, "White light, don't be rude." Chi Hai laughed and said, "Ha, no worries, no worries. This little white tiger of yours is really smart. Presumably, this tiger bone is very useful to him." Chi Hai had seen before white light around Yi Yuan long ago. He faintly sensed this little white tiger's extraordinariness. If not for this, how could white light possibly H away things from Chi Hai's hands with his present strength? "Ha ha, big brother, I was too agitated just now. This tiger bone is very useful to me. I'll accept it on your behalf." As he said, white light's figure moved. "Vanis." Plussing from everyone's sights. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This fellow was so impolite to his elders. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Yuan said to Chi Hai, "Old Hai, the auspicious hour is drawing near. I, as the son, can't screw up my parents' great event. Let's go in." Chapter 539. Immense Popularity. Chapter 539. Immense popularity. Wine cups clanged, and wine flowed freely in the main hall. The guests were already utterly conquered by the immortal remembrance jade brew long ago. Wu Xian, just based on our friends. H-I+P, you have got to give me a flask of this immortal remembrance jade brew later. Oh no, 10 flasks. By Wu Xian's side, a divine traversing realm expert slung his arm around Wu Xian. "Wu Xian, our relations. H-I+P is solid enough, right? If you give him 10 flasks, I can't get lesser than 10 flasks no matter what, right?" said another person. Wu Xian's head was already long messed up by these fellows who tried to curry favor. Flinging his hand, he said, "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Do you all think that this immortal remembrance jade brew is some jug wine by the roadside? With your ways of giving out, no matter how many I have, it will all be given away to. Telling you all honestly, this old man, I only took these immortal remembrance jade brew out for everybody to sample, because today is younger brother Ye's parents' wedding day. After today, whoever wants it will have to splurge." When Wu Xian brewed the low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew, he already antic. 1P aided today's situation. He already discussed it with Yi Yuan to place this low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew onto the market to sell. It would definitely earn a hefty amount. Wu Xian bringing these immortal remembrance jade brew over today was naturally in order to boost Yi Yuan's face. But it was not without the intention of promoting this immortal remembrance jade brew either. Those who could enter the main hall today were all upper echelons in Wufang City. They were either wealthy or with connections. As soon as the immortal remembrance jade brew rolled out into the market, only these people could afford it. Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew definitely had some parts omitted in the brewing process. Hence, the production output had always not been high. This was also the reason why Fu Yunjing cherished his own belongings all along. Wu Xian cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Today, everybody could drink this immortal remembrance jade brew, all thanks to younger brother Yi Yuan. However, this immortal remembrance jade brew wasn't picked up from the streets. Just the materials expended in brewing the alcohol is a huge sum of money. After today, if everybody wishes to drink this immortal remembrance jade brew, you can go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. With Wu Xian saying this, everyone came to understand as well. Why, this Wu Xian came today to cast a long line, to cast a big fist. H. Plus, but those present were all respected figures. Regarding Wu Xian's way of doing things, there was no cause for much criticism. Such a delicious vintage wine, like the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, was naturally not what some lousy common streetwear could compare to. Yet, the most important thing was that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could actually be S produced. Wu Xian, you mean that we can all drink such a delicious vintage wine any time in the future? Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, that might not be the case. Such a vintage brew, the materials needed are extremely precious. Don't look at how I brought so much here today. Actually, it already expended close to 20% of this old man's sets. Therefore, although Drunken Immortal Restaurant will provide this wine all year round, it's only limited to 10 flasks per day. First come, first serve. Everyone all drew a cold breath. 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually cost Wu Xian 20% of his sets. Wu Xian, as an alchemy sovereign expert, his sets definitely said ordinary martial artists by a great deal. 20% of his sets was absolutely a huge sum of wealth. One could see from this just how terrifying the expenditure to brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was. Originally, those who were still savoring it in large mouthfuls already could not bear to lift their cups now. This wine, drinking a mouthful, was one lesser. Actually, Wu Xian's words had areas of exaggeration. He did indeed spend a huge sum of money on brewing this alcohol, but it was naturally impossible to be just 20 barrels. Furthermore, the most costly expenditure was not this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but it was the middle grade. The middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was on an entirely different level from the low-grade. The low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that Wu Xian brought here today was just half of what he brewed this time. And adding up the costs of these 40 barrels of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, it was not even half of the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was still in the process of brewing, but the output was merely 1 barrel. Such an expenditure, even with Wu Xian's civ wealth, it was also somewhat unbearable. However, with the recipe that Yi Yuan gave, Wu Xian's future wealth could be predicted. Don't look at how alchemists were all very rich. Actually, their expenditures were immense too. Following the increase in their strength, the expended essence crystals and medicinal herbs also soared exponentially. Hence, body would complain about having too much money. Isn't 10 flasks too little? Wu Xian, essence crystals are not an issue. This alcohol, I'll reserve a barrel first. The next time it's out, give it to our Zhang family first. All right? Wufang City's Zhang family head yelled out. Wu Xian shook his head and said, Old man Zhang, not that I, Wu Xian, am miserly. The process of brewing this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is extremely troublesome. There's simply no way of providing a large supply. Otherwise, I wouldn't limit it to 10 flasks daily too. This old man indeed still has some remaining stock. But giving this inventory to you, the other families will shred me up. With Wu Xian saying this, there were immediately people from the other families who were indignant. That's right. Old man Zhang, are you the only rich one? Our Sun family can still afford this bit of essence crystals. You want a barrel, This father of yours wants 10 barrels. The city lord manor hasn't even spoken yet. What capabilities does your Zhang family have to dare swallow a barrel all at once? In my opinion, it's still Wu Xian's method that is good. 10 flasks daily. First come, first serve. This way, it's fair to everyone. Seeing this scene, Wu Xian was also secretly delighted in his heart. Actually, the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really did not have many troublesome aspects. He originally also planned on selling barrel by barrel, but after he told his plans to Yi Yuan, it was denied by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's idea was very simple. An object was valued relative to its rarity. If it were supplied unlimitedly, when everybody drank a ton of it, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would not be valuable anymore either. But if it was just supplying 10 flasks a day, everyone could not drink to their heart's content each time. Hence, they would all break their heads every day fighting to S-N-A-T-C-H those 10 flasks of wine. In just a few days, these 10 flasks of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would be raised to a sky-high price. This wine, ordinary people and factions simply could not drink it. At that time, it would become a symbol of ident. 1. Tie-in status. After waiting for a suitable time, Wu Xian would then roll out the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. That way, the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would become a supreme level of immortal brew. Regardless of how the price was set, it would be up to Wu Xian's call. In a corner of the main hall, Fu Yunjing had a depressed look. Wu Xian, this old man, pestered him daily in the past for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. He himself put on a nonchalant appearance too. Finally, Wu Xian paid a very large price before getting 6 flasks from his place. Who knew that in a twinkle this old man produced Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself. Not only was the quality much better than his, but it could also actually be S produced. His opening move was 20 barrels. What a big play. Fu Yunjing himself sampled a mouthful earlier. The taste was indeed much better than his. Furthermore, he actually did not know that drinking the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew unexpectedly needed southern sandalwood to be the cup. Just where on earth did this old fellow learn it? How could Fu Yunjing not wish to S produce the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew? But the success rate of his brewing was too low and simply had no way of satisfying the market demand. The source of income which landed in his hands was given away with both hands just like this. Fu Yunjing's gloominess would be imagined. He picked up the wine cup and slowly walked towards Wu Xian. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Wu Xian, I wish to ask you, where did this recipe of yours come from? Fu Yunjing inquired. Wu Xian saw that it was Fu Yunjing and said, "This recipe, it was naturally taught by an expert." Fu Yunjing, what's the meaning of you asking this? Can it be that you still don't know what the meaning of my words is? Everybody knows that this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's recipe. Only I have it. Isn't you doing this too dishonest? Fu Yunjing said with an unkind expression. Actually, Wu Xian and Fu Yunjing still had some friends. I+P between them. But it was still not that close. However, it was still because of this friends. I+P that Wu Xian was able to get Fu Yunjing's wine after begging many times. But Wu Xian's actions now infringed upon Fu Yunjing's interests. Fu Yunjing could not swallow this insult despite reconsidering repeatedly. That was why he came up to question. Once the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew could be S produced, that was cold, hard cash. Each drop would be extremely valuable. Fu Yunjing's expenses for the sake of brewing the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was rather dear too. Seeing his own Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew become worthless, He was seriously stifled in his heart. Fu Yunjing, today is the City Lord Manor's day of great joy. Must you cause trouble? My immortal remembrance jade brew doesn't have anything to do with you. This point, people who have drunk the wine before should all be aware, right? Wu Xian said with a cold grunt. Haha, actually, I've been researching on improving the brewing method of the immortal remembrance jade brew all along, and finally managed to have some progress. Right at this juncture, your immortal remembrance jade brew actually appeared. Is there such a coincidental thing? Previously, you were at my place for roughly right around half a year's time or so, but it's just nice the time to brew these immortal remembrance jade brew. Fu Yunjing said with a cold smile. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was that Wu Xian stole a peep at the results of his development and brewed the immortal remembrance jade brew himself. Although Fu Yunjing was lying through his teeth, the reasoning was infallible, making many people look towards Wu Xian in suspicion. Once this sort of thing was confirmed, Wu Xian would no longer have the face to keep a foothold in Wufang City. But how could Wu Xian be so easy to hoodwink? He said with a cold smile, "Not that you can't slander me, but you have got to bring out the evidence, right? Your immortal remembrance jade brew clearly isn't as good as mine. This point, as long as one knows their liquor, they can probably discern it, right? All talk without substance. Aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out by saying this?" Fu Yunjing said with a faint smile. "Hoo, I don't have proof. I'm just very curious. Everybody in the city knows that my recipe was obtained from the Endless Forest, just this one copy in the entire Wufang City. Then, where did you get your recipe from? An expert? Her. Such words can only fool little children, right?" One had to admit that this Fu Yunjing was born with an eloquent tongue. Hearing his words, many people became even more skeptical towards Wu Xian. This sort of thing, like stealing formulas, was held in extreme contempt, let alone that it was exposed on the spot by the original owner. Yeah, I really didn't think of this. Wu Xian's recipe wouldn't really have been stolen from Fu Yunjing there, right? This recipe, Fu Yunjing has always kept it as a treasure. It's impossible for people to know. Unless it's really as Fu Yunjing said, Wu Xian plagiarized it while he was not paying attention. Stolen things, just be satisfied with secretly brewing a few flasks to drink. To actually take it out to sell, isn't this disgraceful? Hearing some people's whispering, Wu Xian's face became livid. Fear of incurring gossip. He was wholeheartedly focused on bringing the immortal remembrance jade brew out to make money, but forgot that Fu Yunjing would make a false countercharge. However, after today's matter, Wu Xian could also be considered to have a new understanding of Fu Yunjing. But Fu Yunjing said it as if it was true. This already aroused most people's suspicions. How should he explain? Could it be that he had to compare formulas with him? That way, wouldn't the recipe be divulged? How should he explain to Yi Yuan? Just as Wu Xian caught in a difficult dilemma, Yi Yuan and Qi Hai entered the main hall. This formula was given to him by this old man. "What complaints do you have?" Qi Hai said in a slightly low voice. As a matter of fact, it had already been a while since they entered the main hall. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the event through voice transmission to invite him to come forward to uphold justice. Qi Hai did not have much hesitation and directly agreed. Yi Yuan occupied a 50% share in this business too. Fu Yunjing causing trouble here was directly spoiling his business. How could Yi Yuan turn a blind eye to it? Although Yi Yuan was very wealthy right now, as an alchemist himself, he was deeply aware of the importance of essence crystals, this thing. In his previous life, if there weren't the Medicine King Hall, this colossal tea, Itan supporting, no matter how high his talent was, he would have no way of reaching that level too. Alchemist was an occupation which burned money. Wanting to refine a type of medicinal pill had to refine countless medicinal herbs to waste. The higher the rank of the medicinal herb, the greater the expenditure. Even though Yi Yuan's success rate of refining medicinal pills was exceptionally high with his current consumption speed, no matter how much essence crystals there were, it was also insufficient to use. Regardless which major faction it was impossible to treat medicinal pills like candy to eat like him too, putting aside whether or not one could bear the expenses. How could the average martial artist dare to swallow so many medicinal pills? Furthermore, the medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effects were all extremely tyrannical. They were on a completely different level from the endless world's medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan did not plan on coming forward himself. Firstly, he did not wish to overly expose himself. Secondly, he was young after all. The words he said might not be enough to convince everyone. Qi Hai stepping forward was naturally the most appropriate. With his status, who dared to say a word of no? Indeed, once Fu Yunjing saw Qi Hai speak, he could not help being alarmed inwardly. He never would have thought that the person behind Wu Xian was actually Qi Hai. This time, he poked the hornet's nest. Ah, turns out that it's old Hai's recipe. I was still perplexed. Could this immortal remembrance jade brew of Wu Xian be pulled out of thin air? It's just that I wonder where old Hai obtained this recipe from. Fu Yunjing still did not give up and asked sarcastically. In front of so many people, moreover, it was City Lord Manor's great joyous day. He did not believe that Qi Hai dared to do anything to him. Qi Hai said with an icy look, "Does this old man still need to explain to you? When doing things? Fu Yunjing instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming at him head-on. Cruz, plussing him until he could not catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and said, obstinately, "Old Hai naturally doesn't need to explain to me. But don't you feel that suppressing people with force is inadequate to convince the SES? Justice lies in the hearts of people. Old Hai can kill me, but it's hard to shut the mouths of everybody." Qi Hai did not expect that this Fu Yunjing still had some backbone. Facing his pressure, he actually did not back down in the slightest. He could, of course, kill Fu Yunjing with one palm. But Wu Xian would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fu Yunjing was precisely eyeing this point. That was why he dared to be so unyielding. Today was different than the time with Wu Rong. At that time, Qi Hai was standing on the standpoint of a righteous cause. Others did not dare to say much about killing people. Now, Fu Yunjing stirred up the situation. If Qi Hai really killed him, then Wu Xian would ascertain the label of plagiarism and would also have no way of keeping a foothold in Wufang City in the future. For a moment, Qi Hai could not help being at the dilemma to advance or retreat. Chapter 541. Instructing secretly. Chapter 541. Instructing secretly, Yi Yuan also did not think that Fu Yunjing was so persistent to actually dare to lock horns with Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing had also grabbed Qi Hai's soft spot, making it rather hard for Qi Hai to do things. Yi Yuan's divine sense moved and transmitted his voice to Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing saw the situation and knew that the two were transmitting voices through divine sense. His heart involuntarily pounded, but on second thought, as long as Wu Xian did not dare to publicize the formula, his words would have no weakness to exploit. And if Wu Xian dared to make the recipe known, even though he would lose reputation, Wu Xian would have no way of monopolizing the immortal remembrance jade brew either. The losses in between, this would be huge. At this point, even if it harmed others without benefits, he had to push on as well. Asking him to swallow this insult, he was unable to do it. But not knowing why, the youth beside Qi Hai kept on giving him an unfathomable feel. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice transmission, Qi Hai's eyes gradually lit up. Looking at Fu Yunjing, he said in an oppressive manner, "You said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's formula. Then, do you know what you lack in your formula, resulting in the taste to be inferior to the one brewed by Wu Xian?" Fu Yunjing was stupefied. He immediately said with a cold smile, "Hearing Old Hai's meaning, you actually know my recipe? You're confessing everything without duress here." Fu Yunjing's words immediately caused a stir. Just as Fu Yunjing said, wasn't Qi Hai confessing everything without being pressed here? Fu Yunjing's formula, only he himself knew. How did Qi Hai know what Fu Yunjing's recipe lacked? Between Qi Hai and Wu Xian, there had to be someone who plagiarized Fu Yunjing's formula. And between the two of them, everyone would naturally think that it was done by Wu Xian, and Qi Hai was just stepping forward to defend Wu Xian on account of Yi Yuan's face. Qi Hai was not startled nor in panic, as he said coolly, "That's right. Last time, when I went to Wu Xian's place, he invited me to drink a flask of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that he got from you. I discerned that it was not right with one taste. As luck would have it, I had some research regarding this stuff. It's just that I never had the time to make it. So I gave the formula to Wu Xian. This formula came from the divine realm." Fu Yunjing already had a stance like a dead pig, not being afraid of boiling water being scaling right now. He might as well act all the way shamelessly. Hearing Qi Hai said so, he said with a cold sneer, "I know that Old Hai has all kinds of connections with the divine realm. But I'm afraid that you're thinking too simply by wanting to use divine realm, these two words, to shut everybody's mouths, right? Hearing Old Hai's words, you just drank a mouthful and then knew my formula inside out. Isn't this too laughable? Hoo-hoo, I'll report the formula. You see if it's correct." As he said, Qi Hai started to report the materials used to brew the wine one by one. Altogether, there were actually 100 overtypes. And Fu Yunjing's expression became increasingly uglier along with Qi Hai's reporting. The recipe that Qi Hai reported was actually the exact same as the one he obtained. Even the one Tai used for these ingredients were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw the recipe with his own eyes. With this, even Fu Yunjing himself could not help somewhat doubting as well if Qi Hai and Wu Xian really plagiarized his recipe. Of course, those with the same thinking as him was not in the minority. There were even some people already starting to whisper under their breaths. Could Old Hai have really plagiarized Fu Yunjing's recipe? You guys look at Fu Yunjing's expression. What Old Hai said is definitely not far off the mark. Yeah, what is Old Hai playing at here? Even if he really stole Fu Yunjing's formula, he doesn't need to go so far as to say it out so generously, right? Even though he's a senior, doing so would destroy his reputation too. Isn't Old Hai bullying people with his power here? Doing this is also too overboard. Qi Hai's strength was indeed formidable, but if he used his power to bully people like this, it was impossible for others to be convinced either. Other people did not dare to do anything to Qi Hai, but Wu Xian's reputation would be rotten in the future. After Qi Hai reported all of the ingredients, Fu Yunjing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Qi Hai saying this was equivalent to making his recipe known to the public. In the future, he would have no way of using the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to keep a foothold in this Wufang city anymore either. Even though he was already replaced by Wu Xian now. Haha, really didn't expect that Old Hai's face was actually so thick. Stole my formula, and actually even admitted it swaggeringly. Truly shameless to the extreme. Qi Hai said with a smile, "When did I admit that I stole your formula?" Fu Yunjing was stunned. Wasn't he too shameless already at such an extent, and still not admitting it? Hearing what you said earlier, you're admitting that the formula I said was correct? No need to deny. Other people are not fools either. They could tell long ago. Chi still said coolly. Fu Yunjing's expression became black, and he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Indeed, Chi continued, you said that you improved the immortal remembrance jade brew recipe. I wonder how did you improve it? Fu Yunjing's heart plummeted. Turns out that it was waiting here. Why do I have to tell you? Fu Yunjing said, appearing tough outwardly, but timid inside. Chi said, I can tell you that in your recipe, 5 kinds of ingredients are missing. As long as you can say out the names of these 5 kinds of ingredients, Wu Xian would naturally have plagiarized your formula. But if you can't say it, then scram right now for this old man. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Fu Yunjing's expression changed repeatedly. When did he really improve the formula? This immortal remembrance jade brew. Even in the divine realm, it was a top-grade immortal brew that not everyone could drink. If Fu Yunjing really had this capability, he would have long ascended to the divine realm. Why was there a need to fool around in this Wu Fang city still? But if he did not say a thing, wouldn't it be admitting that he was finding fault for no reason? I'll just casually report 5 kinds of ingredients. Could it be that you really dare to make the recipe known to all? Fu Yunjing snickered coldly inwardly and casually reported 5 kinds of materials. They were all ingredients frequently used in brewing alcohol. Listening to it seemed well-grounded and reasonable. Chi gave a cold laugh and said, utter nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about. Truly shameless enough. Fu Yunjing said delightedly, since old Hai say that I'm uttering nonsense, then you say out those 5 kinds of materials. Don't need 5 kinds. 1 is enough. In my recipe has 7-star GRA. S, 7-star GRA. S will become lilac color when coming into contact with sulfur flame powder. Come in. Go and retrieve some sulfur flame powder over. 1 try, and it will be clear. Chi said coolly. Fu Yunjing was still cheerily confident earlier, but at this time his face was deathly pale. Wu Fang City was the alchemy holy land. Many families present were all alchemy families. They were naturally not foreign to this 7-star GRA. S. He never would have thought that Chi pressed hard at every step. Finally, it was actually using this sort of method to make him reveal his true colors. At this time, he could not resist turning his eyes towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing hatred. Fu Yunjing had never heard before that Chi knew alchemy. He had never heard before that Chi knew how to brew alcohol, let alone believe that Chi could report out all of the ingredients just by sampling a taste of his wine. Earlier, Yi Yuan clearly said something to Chi with voice transmission. Could it be that everything that Chi said was this young man's scheme? Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting. Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting. Changed. It really changed. The immortal remembrance jade brew really has 7-star GRA. S inside. Fu Yunjing is too much. To actually slander Wu Xian like this. This fellow is really shameless. Following placing a small amount of white-colored powder into a cup of immortal remembrance jade brew, the originally clear liquor became lilac color very quickly. With this, just who caused a disturbance first was perfectly clear. Many people had a feeling of being duped and became indignant right away, cursing Fu Yunjing's shamelessness. This fellow was clearly envious that Wu Xian brewed better immortal remembrance jade brew than what he could. That was why he vilified Wu Xian. What improved the formula? Utter bowls. I plus T. What are you still standing there for? Could it be you still want this old man to invite you to leave? Get lost. Chi said coldly. If today wasn't Yi Yuan's parents' joyous day, Chi Hai might have made a move and injured people. This fellow actually forced him into a very awkward situation earlier. If not for Yi Yuan instructing him secretly on how to break the deadlock, he would really be stuck today. Although Chi Hai was very easygoing, this did not mean that anyone could trample on his reputation. Although Fu Yunjing's strength was decent, it was still lacking in front of Chi Hai, and he did not have the qualifications to pick a fight with him either. Being forced into a dilemma by such a person, the fury in Chi Hai's heart could be imagined. The lie was exposed. Fu Yunjing naturally had no face to stay here anymore either. In truth, he already incurred public wrath today. In the future, he would probably have no way of even staying in this Wufang city. Fu Yunjing shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "Leave then leave. This old man admits to his bad luck today. Boy, we'll wait and see. Fu Yunjing, will officially break away from Wufang City, starting from today." Leaving behind a few fierce words, Fu Yunjing flicked his sleeves grandly and hastened out of the entrance like fleeing. Seeing this scene, Chi Hai's expression darkened slightly. He said to Ning Yixian, "Send people to keep an eye on this old punk. Today isn't suited to get into a fight. After today, SES, take good care of him for me." "Yes, old Hai." Ning Yixian was also fooled by Fu Yunjing just now, and even thought that Wu Xian really stole the recipe. To talk about taking care of Fu Yunjing, he had no problems at all, nodding his head at once and consenting to this. Fu Yunjing was just an itinerant alchemy sovereign in Wufang City. Even though his strength was sable, he did not have too great of a background. In the past, he still had some status among Wufang City's upper echelons, relying on the immortal remembrance jade brew. But his actions today truly offended many people. Everybody naturally did not have much of a favorable impression towards him anymore either. All right. The time is almost here. Don't dampen everybody's spirits because of a stinky bug like this. Fine wine and delicacies are ahead. Everyone best savors it to your heart's content. Chi Hai said coolly. With this reminder, everyone all came back to their senses as well. There was free, immortal remembrance jade brew to savor today. There wouldn't be this stall anymore after Sing This Village, while the immortal remembrance jade brew, which Wu Xian brought here today, was a lot, with so many people getting a share, there was actually not much left either. Hence, the more these people drank, the more they treasured it. The more they drank, the more they would reminisce the aftertaste. There were some people present who had drunk before Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. But this wine drank today was even more fragrant than his. Before long, Run Yujia walked into the main hall and called out in a clear voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome the city lord, His Excellency." Rin Xingchuan walked out in slow strides. He walked to the highest seat of honor and took his seat. "Please welcome the groom and the bride." The groom Yi Heng, all dressed in red robes, led Rin Hongling, who was wearing phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, and walked out too. Next was bowing to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan looked at his blissful-looking parents from below. A warm current brimmed in his heart too. Actually, in his mother's heart, she still worried about this unreasonable father of hers. This point, Yi Yuan was naturally clear in his heart as somebody with 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would not give Ren Xingchuan a chance either. With Ren Xingchuan this backing, Yi Yuan could put his mind completely at ease when going out to make a break in the future. The remaining thing was to deal with the fierce Gale World's invasion. Yi Yuan kept feeling that the fierce Gale World's invasion had some areas which were not right, but he could never figure out what was wrong. This feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But this kind of thing unless Zhao Tianyin told him personally. Otherwise, there was simply no way of knowing. Now, he could only just take it one step at a time, too. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only through his way could he have the strength to protect himself facing these fierce Gale World's experts. Even though his current strength far surpassed, said martial artists at the same rank, in front of a real expert in a true battle, he still could not take a single blow. Hence, Yi Yuan was still harboring considerable hope towards the vast heaven pack. Oh, the inheritance this time. After the ceremony ended, Ren Xingchuan suddenly got up and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to support. This Ren is endlessly grateful. Taking advantage of this joyous day today, this Ren still has something to announce." Ren Xingchuan paused for a bit, glanced at Yi Yuan, and said, "This old man did a wrong thing back then. This matter, everybody is already aware. This old man won't hide it from everyone either. Today, it's all thanks to this grandson of mine that I was able to see the error of my ways and repent. Therefore, today, I want to appoint Yi Yuan as Wufang City's young lord. I wonder what are everyone's opinions?" Although City Lord Manor had the final say in Wufang City, the Ren family was not the fixed city lord. Back then, the Chao family dominated the city lord position for a very long time, but was replaced by Ren Xingchuan. Hence, for Ren Xingchuan to want to appoint a young lord, it still needed to go through everyone's approval. Yi Yuan, regardless whether was it talent or strength, there was probably not a single person who dared to say a word of objection. Yi Yuan, being this young lord, was naturally also getting what was deserved. Yi Yuan is a young hero. He can naturally take on this great responsibility. I have no objections. City Lord, you make the call. This Chao represents the Chao family and firmly endorses young Lord Yi Yuan. When Ren Xingchuan's words were spoken, everyone all clamored to respond. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingchuan nodded his head slightly too and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, from now onwards you'll be—" "Hold on." Yi Yuan extended a hand and interrupted Ren Xingchuan's words, saying, "This status of a young lord, I'm not interested." Ren Xingchuan's face went black. Wasn't this punk too uncivil? Wufang City's young lord was in existence on the same level as the three sects' head disciples. It was already the highest position among the Endless World's junior generation. This boy actually refused. Could it be that this boy was still harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan settle on a puny little Wufang City young lord? Among the people present, probably only Qi Hai could slightly understand Yi Yuan's thoughts. But even he was unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's horizons were either. "Not just me, Rindong that boy. I'm bringing away too," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. It was fine if this boy did not accept the position of city lord himself. He actually forbid Ren Xingchuan's most favored grandson to be city lord too. This time, it was really overboard. Yi Yuan, this old man, already issued a self-admonies. Plussing edict. You should understand what this means. Are you going to ruin my Ren family's future in front of so many people? Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. Yi Yuan slapped his face in public. The fury in his heart could be imagined. Chapter 543. The Road Underfoot. Chapter 543. The Road Underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Xingchuan, feeling very amused in his heart. If it were in the past, this old fellow would have long sent a palm howling over. But now, he was talking reason with him. It was also a grieving enough. However, Yi Yuan did not have plans on changing his thinking. The vast sky allowed a bird to fly, and the wide sea allowed a fish to leap about. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a tiny little Wufang city to be some young lord. I have my own plans for the future. It's impossible to keep on staying in Wufang city. And Rundong already acknowledged me as his master. I naturally have to guide him well. As for this young lord position, I can recommend a person to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Rin Xingchuan was rather curious. Apart from Yi Yuan and Rundong, who else had the capabilities to be qualified for this young lord position? Say it. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Hang, and he said with a smile, far away on the horizon, and yet right before your eyes. Yi Hang was stupefied and pointed to himself and said, Me? What kind of joke is this? Ren Xingchuan's expression darkened once more. This punk was purely making a laughingstock out of him. How much capabilities Yi Hang had that he could still not be aware of. If Yi Hang had this capability, why would he object to Ren Hongling being together with him so determinedly back then? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not joking. Father, you don't need to belittle yourself either. Within 10 years, you can definitely Serpa. S old man Run. Yi Yuan did not approve of Ren Xingchuan up until now either, so he kept calling him Old Man Run. Of course, Old Man Ren's mind was completely not focused on this. He was currently burning with rage. This punk was getting more preposterous as he spoke. Yi Hang Serpa. Sing him within 10 years. Wasn't this a fantasy tale? Yi Yuan. Messing around got to have a limit too. Even if you don't acknowledge this old man, there isn't a need to make this sort of joke in front of so many people either. Ren Xingchuan said furiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, I'm not joking around. Like this, how about we make a bet? If father is unable to Serpa, you within 10 years, I'll come back and be the young lord for you. What Yi Yuan was implying was Yi Hang being the city lord and not young lord. This sort of big talk, probably only Yi Yuan dared to say it. Actually, Yi Yuan naturally had full confidence in Yi Hang. He cultivated the spirit bristle, 9 yang divine art, and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, these 2 cultivation methods. If he still could not break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years, then that would be unbelievable. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not bad. Back then, the reason why he was inferior to Ren Hongling was entirely that a family background and resources problem. Now that Yi Hang's back was leaning on City Lord Manor, this big tree, and he had the divine realm's pinnacle level cultivation methods, cultivating to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years was absolutely as easy as turning over one's hand. It was just that these people had no way of understanding. But Yi Yuan believed that before long, Yi Han's improvement speed would leave everyone dumbfounded. Fine, this old man will bet with you. Ren Xingchuan agreed without any hesitation. 10 years' time was not considered long to him. He could totally wait. At that time, if Yi Hang did not have the qualifications, wouldn't Yi Yuan still come back obediently to take over Wufang City? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan possibly stay in the lower realms for 10 years? The next day, a high platform was built in the exquisite jade pavilion's 1,000 query walls main hall. A youth was currently sitting upright solemnly, with the air of a great master. But all the people below the stage were older than him, looking rather incongruous. This sort of thing, like hosting a forum and giving a lecture without reaching a certain level, and, Body dared to do it. Especially in Wufang City, the alchemy holy land. The level of the alchemist standards here practically assembled all of Endless World's alchemy path elites. Without alchemy's sovereign strength, how could the average person dare to open a forum and give a lecture? But Yi Yuan, this quasi-alchemy king, realm youth, actually did it. Even though Yi Yuan was at the height of his popularity, right now in Wufang City, it was not enough. The people who came to watch him make a fool of himself today was actually not the minority. Yi Yuan was seriously too young. As the saying went, young people couldn't be trusted with important tasks. Many people only heard rumors of the 1,000 query wall's 7th level's questions being answered by someone, but not many people believed it. Of course, among the people here today, there were many who were alchemists present on that day. They all witnessed Yi Yuan's spectacular performance. Today was the first day the Run family took over the 1,000 query wall. Many people were also skeptical about whether or not the Run family had the foundation to take over. Yi Yuan sat at the top very composedly, without the slightest hint of stage fright. In his previous life, he had opened forums and given lectures more than once. Regarding such spectacles, he was all too familiar. It was simply far from getting stage fright. Compared to his previous life, the levels of these people in front of him was seriously too low. One had to know that each time Ji Qingyun hosted a forum and gave a lecture in his previous life, there were even quite a number of alchemy emperor powerhouses who came upon hearing the news. Likewise, an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger compared to those people. Now, facing this small scene, it was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. After everybody settled down, Yi Yuan's first words made everyone's SES fall off. The alchemy path and martial path are the same. They are also a kind of great Tao. The direction of Tao is formed by ACCU, mulating it step by step. As the saying goes, without the ACCU mulations of small steps, it's impossible to walk and finish a journey of 1,000 miles. Without ACCU mulating small, trickling streams, it's unable to form a great sea. There is no lack of quasi-alchemy kings, and even alchemy sovereign experts among you all. But touch your heart and ask yourselves, this road underneath your foot, was it really walked properly? This first day today, what I'll be narrating to you all is the refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills. What did he say just now? At the start, hearing it was still quite interesting. But why did the style change as he spoke? With our strength, do we still need to listen to the refining methods of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Simply ludicrous. Yeah, what kind of bulls? I plus T hosting a forum and giving a lecture. Simply courting people's favor by talking big to impress. City Lord Manor actually sent a small child here to host a forum and give a lecture. What a joke. Let's leave. We came all the way here. Could it be to just listen to a child talk about refining Tier 1 medicinal pills? Isn't this wasting time? Yi Yuan's words immediately incurred everyone's intense backlash. Even those who had seen before Yi Yuan's spectacular performance were also very disappointed by Yi Yuan's performance today. Could it be that Yi Yuan came prepared that day? That was why he was so mind-boggling. Today, in front of everyone, his true colors were revealed. Yi Yuan finished saying the first sentence, and there were already many people starting to walk out. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or alchemists, their eyes were forever looking up. There would never be anyone who would think much of martial artists lower rank than themselves. Of course, Yi Yuan was an exception. The way these people saw it, Tier 1 medicinal pills utterly did not even count as learning the rudiments. Was there still a need to pretend and host a forum to give a lecture? But the reason why Yi Yuan could have such great accomplishments in his previous life was that his foundation was laid down too solidly. Wait until his boundary became high. It was merely just piecing together the originally simple things. The refining methods, which looked to be extremely unfathomable in other people's eyes, was very simple in Yi Yuan's view. Yi Yuan did not bother with those people who left, but continued to speak with fervor and confidence. Some people left, but some people reigned in their impatience and stayed behind. And the expression on their faces also changed to become fervor from the initial disdain, and finally became enthrallment. Chapter 544. Master Yi. Chapter 544. Master Yi high-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. For Yi Yuan to be able to reach peak alchemy emperor realm, it was absolutely not by chance. The street Yu, our deaness of his basic skills in alchemy, could make everyone all perspire from Imbara's cement, let alone that the ones with the highest strength among these alchemists in front of him were alchemy's sovereign. Yi Yuan's elucidation explained profound theories in simple terms, making those alchemists all have a feeling of suddenly becoming enlightened. Only after these alchemists listened to his words did they know that their path all the way over here was like a large funnel, leaking as they walked. Reaching their boundary now, they already missed Ji. Oh, D knows how many things. Hearing Yi Yuan's sermon, they wished that they could immediately go back to study Tier 1 medicinal pills systems and learn once more. With Yi Yuan's realm, narrating these basic theories was enough to make these people glean considerable gains. In the beginning, it was still quite noisy inside the entire main hall. But later on, the entire main hall became perfectly silent. Only Yi Yuan's voice was reverberating. Those alchemists, including Chao Zhang, who came with the mood of attending the event, all became devout believers at this time. The faces of these people would reveal, so that's how it is look every now and then. All right, the sermon today will end here. Now is the time to raise questions. I can answer 10 of your questions. Starting now, then. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Only now did the audience startle awake. Many people still had a look of recollecting the aftertaste. Evidently, they had not yet recovered from Yi Yuan's sermon earlier. Only at this time did they abruptly wake up. The one giving them a sermon was merely a 17-year-old youth. How monstrous was this youth? To actually have such profound understanding of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Compared to Yi Yuan's lecture earlier, the herbal compendium was simply like a child's play, too shallow. They all could not understand how a 17-year-old youth's understanding of alchemy reached such a level. Master Yi, I have a question to ask. An alchemy king was the first to react, and was the first to raise his hand. And in his words, Yi Yuan already became Master Yi. Seeing that alchemy king raise his hand, everyone was lamenting with regret in their hearts that they missed such a precious opportunity to clarify their doubts. But they all secretly made up their minds to definitely be the first one to raise their hands next time. Rin Dong was already standing on the platform at this time, helping Yi Yuan to maintain order. He was listening to the lecture below the stage the entire time before this, and also received considerable gains. These few days, he had been researching Tier 1 medicinal pills the entire time, and had long trained the greater phaseless art to the legendary realm under Yi Yuan's guidance. Rin Dong felt that his understanding towards Tier 1 medicinal pills was already quite okay. But after hearing Yi Yuan's talk today, he discovered that he seemed to have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Although these Tier 1 medicinal pills were simple, the things that he needed to study in depth were way too many. Standing on the platform at this time to help Yi Yuan maintain order, and hearing these people call Master Yi one after the other, he had indescribable pride in his heart. This master of his was considered acknowledged correctly. Even though Yi Yuan was his cousin, the disparity between the two of them was too great. "It's you then. Ask away," Rin Dong said. But when that alchemy king heard Rin Dong's words, he became hesitant and actually did not open his mouth for a time. Rin Dong said unhappily, "Is there a question or not? If there isn't, switch to somebody else. Master's time is very precious. Where does he have the time to dawdle with you here?" Only then did the Alchemy King said hesitatingly, Master Yi, my question concerns tier 4 medicinal pills. I wonder. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Doesn't matter. Ask away. This person was clearly afraid that he could not answer tier 4 medicinal pills problems. Furthermore, the question asked was not too conforming with the contents of the sermon. Hence, he would appear hesitant. That Alchemy King was immediately overjoyed when he heard and said, Master Yi, recently when I've been refining the Phoenix Flame pill, I noticed a problem. When the Phoenix Cry GRA, S and Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow are together, they keep on being unable to fuse together perfectly. From there, it caused my pill refinement success rate and quality unable to improve. I tried countless ways but always failed to resolve this issue. Master Yi, please resolve my doubt. When this Alchemy King expert was raising his problem, he was like a student asking a teacher questions, very devoutly, but towards his ATT, and body questioned it. Yi Yuan already used his broad and profound alchemy knowledge to subdue everyone. Among the people present, there were quite a few people who were among the group present when Yi Yuan challenged the 1,000-query wall. Regarding whether or not Yi Yuan could answer an Alchemy King's question, they were not worried in the slightest. Very uncoincidentally, this Alchemy King was not present the previous time. Hence, he was still somewhat doubtful about Yi Yuan's ability. After all, even if a person researched more thoroughly into tier 1 medicinal pills, it did not have the slightest thing to do with tier 4 medicinal pills either. Yi Yuan said without any need to think, the Phoenix Flame GRA-S and the Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow, their attributes clash. If you forcefully try to fuse them together, it naturally can't do so perfectly. Each time you were refining the Phoenix Flame pill, was there a feeling of losing control of the fire, the medicinal pill about to jump out of your palm around 15 minutes before forming the pill? The Alchemy King's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he quickly said, Yes, it's like that. Master Yi is really like a deity to actually even know when my problem occurs, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. May I ask, Master, why is this so? Is there any way to resolve? Seeing this scene, everyone all revealed looks of admiration. Yi Yuan was able to guess when this Alchemy King's problem occurred, when he was refining pills just based on his simple description. Moreover, even the timing was said so accurately. This was simply delay skill. Even peak alchemy sovereign experts probably had no way of making such a judgment under the circumstance where they did not witness personally, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Is there a type of medicinal herb in the Phoenix Flame pill called the Wood Immortal Root? Presumably, when you were refining pills, you should have overlooked its existence, right? The Alchemy King was stunned and said with a nod, Master, please explain. Could it be that this Wood Immortal Root still has some special effect? I've also thought before in this direction, but after trying several times, I still can't resolve the issue. So I thought that this Wood Immortal Root completely had no use. Yi Yuan said with a smile, The forming of a pill formula is through repeatedly tempering. Each type of pill formula is the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. As long as the pill formula doesn't have mistakes, how can the medicinal herbs inside be useless? Refining the Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indeed not big, but to want to refine high-quality Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indispensable. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, saying the refining method of this Wood Immortal Root detailedly once. That Alchemy King became more excited as he listened. Towards the end, he was simply about to jump up. When Yi Yuan finished talking, that Alchemy King bowed, almost to the ground. He exclaimed, Thankful for Master Ye's guidance. Yen Mu will remember firmly in my heart. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Next one." "Master, I have questions." "Master Yi, I have questions too." "Master, there's still me." "Me." Chapter 545, Alchemy Gods Reincarnation. Chapter 545, Alchemy G. Oh, D's Reincarnation. You still have the time to drink alcohol here? Master Ye's lecture is about to start right away. If you still don't go, there won't be any seat anymore. Master Yi? Who's that? That person looked at the other party, with eyes like he was looking at an alien, with a face full of contempt. You don't even know who Master Yi is? He's City Lord Manor's grandson. Yi Yuan, Master Yi. Master Ye's hosting a forum and giving lectures for 5 consecutive days at the 1,000 Query Wall to answer any doubts. Once you pass this village, there won't be this temple anymore. It's that grandson of the City Lord, His Excellency, that just got recently acknowledged. Isn't he just a teenager? How can he host a forum and give lectures? I say, what have you been busy with these few days? Master Ye's lectures have already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. You actually don't know. Master Yi is simply like the reincarnation of an alchemy G. Oh, D. If one can get Master Ye's guidance, it beats 10 years of bitter cultivation. Now, even alchemy sovereign experts have started posing questions to Master Yi too. Hiss. A teenage youth guiding alchemy sovereigns. Oh my heaven! Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. You continue to idle away here, then. I'm going to the exquisite Jade Pavilion. As he said, that person left like a gust of wind. Today was already the 5th day, the last day that Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture. During the previous 4 days, Yi Yuan's reputation already resounded throughout the entire Wufang city. Master Ye's name was practically already a household name in Wufang city. As long as one was an alchemist, regardless whether was it a little alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, or even a high and lofty alchemy sovereign expert, they all took pride in getting Master Ye's guidance. The 1,000 Query Wall's main hall was already close to bursting. Every time it reached this time, the inside would be densely packed with practically full of people. Wufang City's alchemy path was extremely flurries. Plussing. The number of alchemists in the city was immense. Yet, these few days, every time it reached the time Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture, the streets inside the city were practically deserted. The originally extremely bustling markets actually had body patronizing anymore. After the first time, those alchemists who stayed behind to listen to the talk all became Yi Yuan's loyal followers one by one. They all started to propagate Master Ye's name without sparing any effort. On the 2nd day, the head count in exquisite Jade Pavilion already soared. It was actually 10 times of the previous days. But among these people, the majority was still harboring half-skeptical attitudes to come and take a look. Yi Yuan carried on as before. What he talked about was all some very basic stuff. But after the 2nd day, none among these alchemists doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Just like this, spreading from person to person, by the time it was the 3rd day, Yi Yuan hosting a forum and giving a lecture already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. Now, even those alchemy sovereign experts in the city came due to its fame as well. Among them included Wu Xian, Chao Zheng, these people. Only until today did Chao Zheng know how brilliant this decision of presenting the exquisite Jade Pavilion to the City Lord Manor was. With Yi Yuan around, the 1,000 Query Wall was simply a joke. In these few days, there were many formidable people raising all manners of questions to Yi Yuan. Yet, regardless whether their strength was high or low, how crafty the questions asked was, Yi Yuan's answer was undeniably accurate and detailed, leaving no fault for people to pick out at all. This prowess simply exceeded the people's imaginations. Even Dan Chenzi and Ren Xingchuan could not possibly do it to such an extent either. Most importantly was that when Yi Yuan answered these questions, it was practically blurted out without any effort, as if it did not require any thinking process at all. In the views of these alchemists, this already reached a God-like realm. These alchemists simply did not know what the concept of an alchemy God was, just like this, the Tli of alchemy God's reincarnation was attached to Yi Yuan. Actually, to them, Yi Yuan was indeed a God-like existence. At least in alchemy, the level Yi Yuan Serpa said them simply could not be measured using realms. Regarding unknown existences, people tend to be willing to throw this Tli on top. Yi Yuan's present situation was like so. All right, everybody quiet down. Yi Yuan's voice spread out faintly. This instant, it was as if the entire world's sounds was voided. The great hall that could accommodate 100,000 people suddenly became dead silent. Everyone held their breaths, fearful of missing out any word that Yi Yuan uttered. What we're going to talk about today is... Yi Yuan started today's lecture unhurriedly. In the entire main hall, only Yi Yuan's voice was echoing still. Originally, there were only several thousand people. Being able to maintain silence was very easy, but now the number of people already broke through to 100,000 people. To still be able to maintain this kind of status, it could be seen how great the attraction of Yi Yuan's lecture contents was to them. Same as the previous few days, Yi Yuan's talk was still just some of the most basic stuff. These contents, those alchemists themselves, were already familiar until they could not be any more familiar. But Yi Yuan talked for 5 consecutive days, and they still listened with great gusto. The same kind of medicinal herbs, the same kind of refining methods. Yi Yuan's narration was entirely different from their understanding. Not only did it utter out new meanings, it even showed them heights and depths in alchemy. There was no lack of alchemists present who were here from day one. After they went back, they refined medicinal pills according to Yi Yuan's method too. They discovered to their amazement that some of the very simple things Yi Yuan talked about, even when applied to refining high-tier medicinal pills, was similarly applicable. The quality of the medicinal pills they refined had a considerable raise. This was also the reason why they held Yi Yuan in increasingly greater esteem. The contents Yi Yuan narrated today were a lot, talking all the way from morning till dusk, before it finally ended. All right, the lecture ends here. The 1,000-query wall will be opened as usual from hereafter. If everyone has any question, you can come here to pose them. Yi Yuan said coolly. Only now did everyone realize that the 5 days of lectures had already said. Yi Yuan would not be giving lectures to everybody anymore. Master Yi, can you please expound to us for another 3 days? No, even just 1 day is fine as well. Yeah, Master Yi, listening to your talks these few days, I've gotten considerable gains. It simply beats close seclusion for 10 years. I beseech you, just lecture for 1 more day. Master Yi, just talk some more. Ren Dong was indignant at this time. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "You all stop kicking up a row. Master, he has to cultivate too. How can he possibly spend the whole day on giving you all talks? You people make him add 1 more day today. Are you still going to make him add another day tomorrow? Like this, when will it end?" Following Yi Yuan's status rising, Ren Dong, this apprentice, also became an immensely popular figure in Wufang City. In a daze, Ren Dong had a feeling of being apprenticed to a sage. This feeling of lording above countless lives was what he simply had no way of experiencing when he was City Lord Manor's young lord in the past. Now, thanks to his new ident, 1. Tai Rundong instead had the liberating feeling of flying in the vast skies. Being rebuked by Rundong like this, there was actually not a single person in the crowd below the stage who dared to refute. But they still looked at Yi Yuan with heated eyes, hoping that he could change his decision. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to continue giving lectures. I'll be heading to the vast heaven mystic realm tomorrow to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, to inheritance. I seriously can't do anything about this." Chapter 546, Monopoly. Chapter 546, Monopoly. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. The originally clamoring, shouting voices gradually ceased. It was true. Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was indeed formidable, but his boundary was too low after all. If they delayed Master Ye's cultivation for more lectures, then that would be too sinful. Master Yi was destined to be a skyrocketing figure in the future. How could he possibly waste time here to give talks to them constantly? But a series of lamenting still sounded out in the crowd. They were clearly all very regretful. At this time, a person suddenly shouted in a clear voice, "Master Yi, Yen Mu is willing to wait upon you carefully, even if it's just to be a little medicine boy. Master Yi, please grant my Wisconsin H." Plus, looking carefully, it was precisely that alchemy king who was the first to pose a question to Yi Yuan on the first day. This Yen Mu was a peak alchemy king expert. Among so many alchemists here, he was an extremely daunting existence too. He actually requested to be a little medicine boy for Yi Yuan. It was truly rather ludicrous. Yet, not a single one out of the 100,000 alchemists present felt that it was unexpected, as if it was something so natural. But Yen Mu's actions also reminded everyone. For a time, many people followed him to do so. "Master Yi, I'm willing to slay for you as well. My skin is solid and thick and can take lugging. Master Yi, please take me in. I'm willing to be a bed warmer, little maid for Master Yi. Master Yi, please take me in," shouted a female alchemist shrilly. This woman already reached middle age, but had some good looks, except that her saying this incurred a bout of loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! Old hag Ding, you're too old to even be Master Ye's grandmother, to actually still want to be his bed-warming maid. Even if this old lady is any older, I'm a woman too. Moreover, I'm a woman who ages pretty well. Master Yi is full of vigor and vitality, and is clearly still a virgin boy. He just needs a maid like me to warm his bed. How can those little girls wait upon him be better than me?" This old lady Ding had no qualms and restrictions at all, daring to say anything. Yi Yuan also sweat profusely in his heart when he heard it, finding such a bed-warming lot he could not endure it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Everybody's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it. But this Yi is not used to being served by people. This matter of a medicine boy, better forget about it. Now that a formidable enemy lies ahead, it's precisely the time for everyone to render your services. This Yi hosted a forum to give sermons in order to raise everybody's strength. If everyone has the heart, you can join the City Lord Manor and offer help for the Endless Alliance. Since everybody regards this Yi highly, this Yi can promise everybody that each time this Yi returns to Wufang City next time, I'll host a forum and give a lecture once. As for the time gap, this Yi dare not guarantee." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, these alchemists could not help feeling disappointed. But many people also secretly made up their minds to definitely join the City Lord Manor tomorrow. At least this way, they could be a little closer to Master Yi. Perhaps there might be the opportunity to consult Master Yi on problems. Yi Yuan's requirement towards accepting disciples was extremely high. Although there were some among these people whose talents were not bad, it was still too far away from Yi Yuan's requirement. wanting to become Yi Yuan's disciple. One at the bare minimum had to reach Xiao Ruyan's and Rundong's level. With these people's talent, they were clearly not just a level inferior. Among these people, just the Alchemy King experts were a large bunch. But the accomplishments of the vast majority among them would halt here. Such strength, how could Yi Yuan possibly expend painstaking effort on them? But Yi Yuan not needing them did not mean that the City Lord Manor did not require them. His old man was now the City Lord Manor's young lord. He was bound to inherit Wufang City in the future. Yi Yuan naturally have to gather some forces for Yi Hang. One could only imagine that the City Lord Manor's door's bottom frame would be trampled broken tomorrow. In the past, the Chao family could use the 1,000 Query Wall to gather alchemists. Now, Yi Yuan's status actually already Serpa S. said the status of the 1,000 Query Wall. After all, no matter how strong the 1,000 Query Wall was, it had no way of letting 100,000 people's strength increase either. But Yi Yuan accomplished this. After these alchemists listened to 5 days of his lectures, their strength more or less had some improvement. One individual's strength increase might not have much use, but 100,000 alchemists' strength all increasing, this was a very terrifying force. In the crowd, Chao Zheng gave a melancholic sigh. He said, "With this boy around, there is no longer the chance for my Chao family to rise up within 1,000 years. After this, Wufang City will be monopolized by the Ren family. But offering the 1,000 Query Wall to the Ren family was the most correct thing that this old man did. This boy's alchemy strength is too terrifying. He definitely had some staggering, fortuitous encounter. Father, after today, I plan to enter close seclusion for a period of time. My gains these few days have been considerable. Yi Yuan's lectures opened up a brand new alchemy path for me. After the seclusion this time, I'll definitely have breakthroughs." Chao Kuan said. Chao Zheng's eyes lit up, and he said, Good. Kuan-er, whether or not my Chao family can persist, will be up to you. As long as you can break through to become a peak alchemy sovereign, you can definitely protect my Chao family's legacy for 1,000 years. Of course, the prerequisite is not to have conflicts with the City Lord Manor. Understood? Chao Kuan nodded and said, "Father, rest assured. Your child has engraved the matter in his heart. For as long as your child lives, I absolutely won't have any hint of conflict with the Ren family. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan insisting on rejecting the position of young lord, his father Yi Hang's future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath mine. And you have this feeling too. This boy seems to be impulsive when doing things. Actually, in the end, you'll discover that everything is within his grasp, that Yi Hang's age is still much younger than yours. His potential isn't exhausted yet. How his future accomplishments will be is really hard to say." Chao Zheng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan stirred up a storm in the entire Wufang City these few days. The astonished ones were not just those alchemists. The shock in Run Xingchuan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than the others. He thought over and over again, and still decided to come and find Yi Hang to inquire about Yi Yuan's affairs. "Honorable son-in-law, did Yi Yuan he have some lucky encounter before?" After talking aimlessly for a long time, Ren Xingchuan finally turned the topic to Yi Yuan. But his form of address towards Yi Hang had already unknowingly changed into "honorable son-in-law." Yi Hang was a clever man too. He obviously knew that his position today was all given to him by Yi Yuan. But there was no logic of a father being jealous of his son in this world. His son being promising, he was more than happy. As for Run Xingchuan's change in attitude, Yi Hang was naturally happy to see it. Wasn't the reason why he came back to Wufang City for the sake of this situation today? It was just that Yi Hang never expected that the one who helped him to fulfill his wish was not himself, but his son. However, Yi Hang secretly resolved his heart too, to definitely cultivate well from now on. He must break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. Otherwise, he would become Wufang City's biggest joke. Lord Father-in-law, Yi Yuan, he told me before that he once obtained a pinnacle major power's legacy in his dream before. I originally thought that he just obtained the northern domains, a certain major power like father-in-law's inheritance. I even suspected for a period of time that it was Lord Father-in-law yourself. But looking at it now, it's probably not that simple. Yi Hang said. Ren Xingquan's eyes glimmered, and he said solemnly, looks like Yi Yuan's fortuitous encounter already Serpa. Said the endless world, this small world. Chapter 547, Vast Heaven Pag. Chapter 547, Vast Heaven Pag. The Lord Father-in-law's meaning is the divine realm. Even though Yi Hang already had surmises it long ago, it still felt immensely heavy to say out these two words. His own son actually obtained the inheritance of a divine realm major power. This lucky encounter was sufficiently heaven-defying. However, thinking about his son rising up from the tiny little state of Qin, probably only such an explanation made sense too. Ren Xingquan nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, in my view, that powerhouse who taught in the dream is likely an extremely formidable existence in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan's alchemy level is not just as simple as Serpa Sing Alchemy Sovereign. Yi Hang was slightly apprehensive in his heart. How powerful was extremely formidable, he really could not gauge. In Yi Hang's view, Ren Xingquan was already powerful until it made people feel suffocated. How powerful did that divine realm major power's strength have to be? The interactions between small worlds and the divine realm was too little. The lower realms simply had no way to obtain the divine realm's news. The more this was so, the more the lower realm martial artists felt that the divine realm was incomparably mysterious. But it was indisputable that the strength of those divine realm major powers was totally not what they could imagine. About Old High's evaluation of Yi Yuan being so high, it is most likely he's eyeing that major power behind Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, with his boundary, even if Yi Yuan was any more talented, it's also impossible to address him as brothers. Ren Xingquan was no fool. After knowing Yi Yuan's details, he was not far off from Qi Hai's thinking as well. Yi Hang was not concerned about these, though. As long as Yi Yuan could be safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Of course, his son becoming a divine realm major power successor, Yi Hang was naturally very proud. His son was so outstanding. Yi Hang, as a father, naturally could not lose face for his son either. At the very least, he had to stand at the pinnacle of this endless world. And now, Yi Hang finally knew how heaven-defying the two cultivation methods Yi Yuan imparted him was. That was absolutely the divine realm's powerful cultivation methods. If he still could not reach the pinnacle with a treasure mountain, then that would be too useless. This matter, the lesser people know, the better. Or else, I'm afraid there will be people with ill intent towards him. But I reckon that those few old fellows from the three sects more or less have some conjectures. It's just that they don't dare to confirm it. Tomorrow, I'll personally bring Yi Yuan to vast heaven mystic realm. The city lord manor's affairs will be said to Yujia and you, Ren Xingquan said. Yi Hang nodded his head and said, Lord Father-in-law, rest assured. Yi Hang knows what to do. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan bid farewell to his parents and headed for the vast heaven mystic realm with Ren Xingquan. In the past, this vast heaven mystic realm was monopolized by the three sects. Even Wufang City did not dare to stick their fingers in. But this time, the vast heaven mystic realm was opened up to everybody. It let those martial artists who originally did not see hope have the chance to advance shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. And this time, Wufang City's young talents, including Run Dong and Chao Fong, had the qualifications to join in too. The vast heaven mystic realm was at a place adjacent to the three sex forces. There was still a considerable distance away from Wufang City. But Run Xingchuan rode on a profound artifact ranking spirit boat and only used 3 days to reach. The vast heaven mystic realm had long already become an item kept in the three sex bags. Hence, there was completely no danger in here. By the time Yi Yuan's party arrived, there were already several hundred people waiting in the mystic realm. Each time vast heaven pack opened, there were merely 300 slots. Actually, each time it opened, the slots of the three sex were all not used up. Only this time did the three sex fill the slots to the brim, which was also 300 people. This time, the three sex opened up the vast heaven pack. Many of the itinerant cultivators who fulfilled the conditions naturally did not wish to miss it either. The three sex underwent a round of screening and selected 50 itinerant cultivators who fit the requirements. The various northern domain major factions, excluding the three sex, also picked 100 genius martial artists. Yi, Yuan, and the others, their names were naturally among the 102. The remainder 150 slots. The three sex had 50 people each. Counting it, it was actually still the three sex that occupied the absolute position. But this could not be blamed on them either. Who asked the three sex might to be the greatest in the entire endless world? To be able to enter the mystic realm was already the greatest grace to other people. Upon entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan saw a huge pack. Far away, towering and grandiose. Such a great distance away, and Yi Yuan could clearly sense the archaic and mysterious aura coming from the pack. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. This vast heaven pack, was absolutely not ordinary. It was just uncertain what on earth was inside this inheritance, to actually be able to let Lu Linfeng, that old punk, reach such a boundary. Ren Xingchuan seemed to have perceived Yi Yuan's puzzlement and explained, Body knows this vast heaven pack. Does origins. It was if before this endless world formed, it was already standing here. For close to 10,000 years, this vast heaven pack, has experienced several dozen factions, but it ultimately stood firm and immovable. For close to 10,000 years, the talented martial artists who entered inside were as many as several 100,000, but just a mere one individual could make it to the 8th level, and the vast majority of the martial artists can't even make it past the 5th level. However, just by completing the 5th level, one can already obtain unimaginable benefits. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard and asked, what kind of benefits are there? Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, so on and so forth. The more levels Pa S said, the more generous the rewards obtained. The martial techniques obtained from vast heaven pack, even if it's just a tier 1 martial technique, are all very heaven-defying. After cultivating them, it's virtually sweeping across those of the same rank. Ren Xingchuan said, these things, Yi Yuan actually paid no attention to it. His cultivation methods and martial techniques are already sufficiently heaven-defying. Without the need for the cultivation methods and martial techniques inside, he could also sweep across those of the same rank. Apart from this, Yi Yuan asked. Towards Yi Yuan's reaction, Ren Xingchuan was not surprised. He was aware of Yi Yuan's strength. These things simply had no attraction to him. concept comprehension. Ren Xingchuan said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. And how so? What the specifics are like, I have no knowledge as well. But I know that any martial artist who make it past the 5th level and entered the 6th level virtually all ascended to the divine realm later. But in these recent 1,000 years, there has yet to be anyone who made it to the 6th level. There are quite a number of people who made it to the 5th level, though. But they ultimately still failed on the verge of success. These recent 100 years, there's not even a single person who made it to the 4th level. Ren Xingchuan said with a bitter smile. The endless worlds these 100 years was too disgraceful as well, to actually not even have a single person who made it to the 4th level. No wonder their strength was weak, until like this. But this had to do with the 3 sects monopolizing resources and all as well. If these slots had been evenly distributed to the other factions and itinerant cultivators, perhaps there might be awe-inspiring geniuses that appeared. This method of closing their doors to the world ultimately caused talents to drop to 0. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Presumably, that Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the concept of formation's path in this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. That was why he soared to the heaven in one leap. It was just that Yi Yuan was curious about what kind of existence created this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. When Lu Linfeng was in the lower realms, his comprehension of concepts already far surpassed, said the endless world, this small world, and he only made it to the 7th level. Then, the things in the 8th level and 9th level should be able to reach the level of the divine realm. Why would such an existence show up in the endless world and leave a legacy? Chapter 548, Not Someone You Can Afford to Offend. Chapter 548, Not Someone You Can Afford to Offend Along the Way. Yi Yuan continuously sized up the huge pag. Oh, duh. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Approaching the front, Yi Yuan said to Ren Xingchuan, Old man, you go and say hi to them. I'll stroll around myself. Regarding Yi Yuan's form of address, Ren Xingchuan was already used to it long ago. If he tried to gain back face with Yi Yuan, Ren Xingchuan would have long exploded in anger. Ren Xingchuan also discovered that Yi Yuan was very interested in vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. He nodded his head and said, All right, you go alone, then. There are a few of my old friends over there. I'll go and say hi to them. Donger, Chao Fong, you guys follow me to greet several seniors. After Ren Xingchuan left, Yi Yuan strolled around the vast heaven pag. Oh, to by himself. Only after staring in close vicinity did Yi Yuan discover that he actually had no way of discerning what kind of material this pag, was forged with. Although Yi Yuan did not dabble much in the path of refining with his horizons, he still knew most of the materials in the divine realm. Yet he was actually unable to discern this building's material. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan even more curious about this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Spirit gathering formations are laid down around this vast heaven pag. To supply essence energy ceaselessly into the pag. The body. Countless array formations are inscribed onto the pag. The body. The usage of many array formations. Even I actually can't understand any of them. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This vast heaven pag. It was truly very abnormal. One had to know that although Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments could not compare to Lu Linfeng, he himself was a Tier 9 array emperor. Furthermore, he obtained Lu Linfeng's legacy at the Grand Yen True Sect too. His attainments in the formation's path were already exceedingly high. With his present visual prowess, he actually could not figure out the array formations inscribed on the pag. The body. Just what is this vast heaven pag? Das origin? Yi Yuan could not help muttering under his breath. Yi Yuan initially thought that everything should be under his control in the lower realms. But only now did he discover that within this endless world, actually there were a lot of secrets that even he could not understand. Not just this vast heaven pag. Oh, even that incomparably mysterious endless forest as well. Yu Mengli said that she had once entered deep into the endless forest. But with her strength, she actually did not dare to enter into the deepest parts. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be even more complex than he had imagined. A tiny little endless world had so many things that could not be figured out. Then what about the divine realm? Just how many secrets were hidden in the divine realm? Where did those deity realm powerhouses all go to? Why were the current martial artists unable to affirm their Tao and become deities? Yi Yuan discovered that he was too absorbed in alchemy in his previous life, resulting in overlooking many things. Only through this reincarnation did he realize that his understanding of this world was too little. I wonder which hillbilly who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even the three sects are unable to fully understand this vast heaven pag. Oh, das secrets, let alone you, a sea transformation realm boy. Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought when a disdainful voice came from behind. Turning around to look, it was a young man around 30. This person wore the Myriad Sword Sect's outfit. Clearly, he was a Myriad Sword Sect disciple. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly. Each and every one of the three sect's disciples was indeed very arrogant. Although this person had a soul sea realm strength, his pair of eyes were practically growing on top of his head, opening up vast heaven pag. Oh, to everyone this time, the three sect's disciples were clearly very displeased. In their eyes, the young disciples apart from the three sects were probably all good-for-nothings, right? Yi Yuan was disinclined to dispute with him as well. He went to another place without even paying notice to him. When that person saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he immediately had a feeling of being disregarded. Rage welled up in his heart. Stinking brat, I'm talking to you. Did you hear or not? While talking, he reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. He wanted to teach this KY brat a bit of a lesson. A puny little sea transformation realm martial artist actually had this kind of attitude when seeing him. How arrogant! But then in his vision, Yi Yuan became a blurry figure and then disappeared without a trace. Looking again, Yi Yuan already arrived at several dozen feet away, currently sizing him up with unkind eyes. That young man's expression changed, his face revealing disbelief. He, a soul sea realm, was going to grab an early-stage sea transformation boy, but he actually failed. A feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart uncontrollably. The young man was just about to make a move again, to wash away the disgrace earlier, when a voice suddenly was heard. Senior apprentice brother, Zhou Yi, turns out you're here. Zhou Yi turned around and said with an unhappy look, Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, you hang on for a bit. Wait until I take care of this condescending, stinking brat. The arrival was precisely the Qin Yan who had already broken through to Soul Sea Realm. Qin Yan followed Zhou Ye's gaze and could not help saying in surprise, Yi Yuan. But he changed to another expression very quickly and circled around Zhou Yi to come before Yi Yuan. Qin Yan said with a respectful bow, any offense committed against junior apprentice brother Yi previously, Qin Yan apologizes for it here. When Yi Yuan saw that Qin Yan had indeed broken through to the Soul Sea realm, he was also rather surprised. When he captured Qin Yan to be a hostage last time, Qin Yan was still some distance away from Soul Sea realm. To think that he grew wiser with each setback, and he actually broke through to Soul Sea realm at the end. Zhou Ye's eyes went wide at the side. The myriad sword sect's proud son of heaven, Qin Yen, actually bowed towards this sea transformation realm, little rookie? Junior apprentice brother Qin Yen, are you mistaken? To actually bow towards this brat? Zhou Yi was full of doubt. Qin Yen said in a slightly solemn voice, Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, although I don't know what's going on, junior apprentice brother, Yi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You head back quickly. Old ancestor is finding you for something. Zhou Ye's expression was seemingly apprehensive, and he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He understood Qin Yen very well. In the sect, he was extremely haughty, but such a haughty Qin Yen actually lowered his proud head in front of this teenage youth. Who on earth was this youth? What are you still in a daze for? You're aware of old ancestors' temper. If you're late, I don't dare to say what consequences there are. Qin Yen frowned and said. Zhou Yi shuddered, nodded his head rigidly, and he hurriedly turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yen and said with a smile, with your present strength, you shouldn't fear me. Why do this? Qin Yen breaking through to Soul C was different from those ordinary martial artists. Although similarly first-level Soul C, his strength was much greater. To Qin Yen, breaking through to Soul C was a qualitative leap. In this realm, it was the period for his potentially greatest burst to go forward. Even the current Yi Yuan did not dare say to be able to beat Qin Yen as well. Qin Yen said rather embarrassed. Sedley, junior apprentice brother Yi and I are destined to not be opponents on the same level. Don't make fun of me anymore. I'm aware that junior apprentice brother Yi slew a Soul C realm expert by yourself. The vast heaven inheritance this time, junior apprentice brother Yi can probably charge into the 6th level. At that time, you'll definitely soar to the heaven in one move. Yi Yuan was rather curious when he heard that and asked, Oh, how do you know that I can charge into the 6th level? The vast heaven pag. Oh, there is a place that tests potential and strength. With junior apprentice brother Ye's talent, charging into the 6th level should be highly certain. Qin Yen said, Then what about yourself? Yi Yuan inquired. Qin Yen seemed to have long had a prediction regarding this, and said, I have the confidence to charge into the 5th level, but I don't have much confidence in Pa S. Sing the 5th level. Chapter 549, Prediction. Chapter 549, Prediction. Oh, I heard that the 3 sects already had no one make it to the 5th level for close to 100 years. You're actually so confident? Yi Yuan asked. Although this Qin can't match up to junior apprentice brother Yi, I still have some confidence after I look at myself. If it were before breaking through to Soul C, I really wouldn't dare to say this. But now, Qin Yan's words at the back were not said finish, but it was very clear he had absolute confidence in himself. Pa S. Sing through the 4th level. In the case of genius martial artists, they all had full confidence in themselves. This was the essential condition to become a powerhouse. Qin Yen was indeed an outstanding figure among the endless world's junior generation. Him having this confidence was nothing inappropriate either. If he did not have such confidence in himself, it was not possible to break through to the Soul C realm very quickly after receiving stimulation from the incident with Yi Yuan. Ho-ho! Then I'll have to congratulate senior apprentice brother Qin in becoming the number 1 person in 100 years. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Dare not, dare not. With junior apprentice brother Yi around, how can I dare to call myself the number 1 person? Furthermore, Gui Taochuan and Yin Yanhua are definitely unwilling to be left behind as well, Qin Yen hurriedly said. And turns out that junior apprentice brother Yi doesn't know yet. The 2 of them already broke through to the Soul C realm before coming to vast heaven mystic realm. Qin Yen knew that he had yet to receive the news when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Regarding news of this aspect, Yi Yuan had always been slow. Yi Yuan could not help chuckling when he heard this. The three of you are following really tightly behind, but this way is good as well. Walking alone at the front is a bit too lonely. Qin Yan nodded and felt that what Yi Yuan said was correct as well. But he came to his senses very soon. Wasn't this person before his eyes the one walking alone at the front? Even the current him did not dare say to surely beat Yi Yuan, let alone talked about going after the vast heaven inheritance. Second, level C transformation, and able to kill a soul C realm expert. This Yi Yuan was simply monstrous until it made people feel dread. Actually, after being captured to be a hostage by Yi Yuan, Qin Yan was still very unresigned. He was holding on to this grievance too. That was why he could break through to Soul Sea Realm so quickly. But when he heard the news of Yi Yuan slaying a Soul Sea Realm expert alone, he could not invoke the thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge anymore. His disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Furthermore, this disparity would only become increasingly bigger. Him suppressing Yi Yuan by a major realm did not seem to have the slightest hint of advantage to talk about at all. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's potential, his cultivation speed would only be faster than him. Accompanying Yi Yuan to tour one round, Qin Yan followed Yi Yuan back to the place where those major powers gathered. When Guo Taochuan saw Yi Yuan, he immediately came up to greet warmly. He sighed, "Ha, junior apprentice brother Yi, you actually came together with Qin Yan. I just asked City Lord, His Excellency, and was just about to go find you." Yi Yuan's impression of this easygoing Guo Taochuan was not bad. He said with a smile, having not met for several days, senior apprentice brother Guo improved again. "Congratulations." "Sai, isn't this still all thanks to you? If not for you stimulating Qin Yan, Fairy Ice Cloud, and I wouldn't be stimulated by him either. I, Guo Taochuan, only submit to you, Yi Yuan, alone. Qin Yan, this punk beating me, I'm not convinced." Guo Taochuan said, smilingly, "Humph. No matter what, I won this time too." Qin Yan said with a cold snort. These two people were natural foes. Being together, they would argue within 3 sentences. So what then? Now, everybody is about the same again. If you're not convinced, let's just come and compete for one round. Guo Taochuan said without yielding at all. All right, what's the use of fighting and showing off? If you have the strength, why not spend it on the fierce Gale world martial artists? Yanhua came over here at this time too, and broke off the pair's intense confrontation. With Yanhua opening her mouth, the two people both shut their mouths sensibly and did not argue anymore. Yi Yuan naturally perceived the delicate relations. I+P between these 3 people and did not expose it either. He said with Yanhua, with clasped hands, "Congratulations to Fairy Ice Cloud for breaking through to the Soul Sea Realm." This Yanhua had an icy appearance. Yi Yuan could not be too polite with her either, and just lightly congratulated. Yanhua greeted with folded hands at the lower right side, and said icily, "I've incurred junior apprentice brother Ye's ridicule." "Ha ha ha, little brother Yi came. I was just betting with old Run earlier saying that you can definitely charge to the 6th level." Qin Hongtao came over to welcome with a loud laugh. Coming over together with him was still Ning Yixian, Jing Xian, as well as Run Xingchuan and the rest. These people were all the sect's old ancestor-level figures. For the sake of their juniors, they all put down the important things in their hands and came to the vast heaven mystic realm. The matter of the alliance. These old ancestors determined the general direction. The remaining stuff naturally had other people to do. Their most important thing apart from their own cultivation was to groom junior descendants. Behind Qin Hongtao even tagged along that Zhou Yi. When he heard Qin Hongtao's words, his face swelled to a purple color, secretly looking at Yi Yuan from time to time. What kind of situation was this? His own old ancestor was actually calling this boy his little brother? Wasn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Yi was thrown into confusion, but there was one point which he was very clear about. Qin Yan really was not joking around with him earlier. This Yi Yuan was really not someone he could afford to offend. These several old ancestor-level figures were on such close terms with Yi Yuan, calling him little brother one after another. The more Zhou Yi listened, the more intense the chill deep in his heart. He was quietly praying for Yi Yuan to not rat on him to his old ancestor. Otherwise, with his old ancestor's temper, he probably would not spare him. Zhou Yi started to listen to the few people converse on tenterhooks. Hoo-hoo, old ancestor Qin views me so high. If I don't make it to the 6th level, I wouldn't have the face to come out of the pack. Oh, duh, Yi Yuan responded with a laugh. Ha, little brother, you don't need to be humble anymore. My family's stinking brat already said that he can make it to the 5th level. You charging to the 6th level is absolutely fine. Qin Hongtao said with a guffaw. Yi Yuan just smiled. Instead, he turned to Run Xingchuan and said, Old ancestor Qin guessed that I can reach the 6th level. I wonder what city lord, your excellency, was saying earlier. Rin Xingchuan smiled too and did not reply to Yi Yuan's words. Ning Yixian interjected, saying, This old man Rin is shrewd and planning something bad. Just now, we forced him to take a stance. But he just won't say. Maybe in his heart, little brother, Yi making it to the 7th level isn't without the possibility too. Of course, this was just Ning Yixian's joking words. In his heart, even though Yi Yuan was monstrous, this vast heaven inheritance was even more monstrous. To be able to make it to the 6th level was already the number one person in 1,000 years for the endless world. How could the 7th level be barged inside that easily? One had to know that up until today. Just a mere scanty 3 people made it into the 7th level. It was not that he did not believe in Yi Yuan, but this was the vast heaven pack. Oh, duh. It was too perverse. Zhou Yi was filled with fear listening to these few people chatting all this while, but Yi Yuan did not give him a single glance from start to finish, as if he was like air. After chatting for a period of time, Zhou Yi discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to have really forgotten about him. His tightly wound nerves finally eased up slightly. Right at this time, an enormous rumbling sound suddenly came from the pack. Oh, Deity! The dark pack. Oh, Deity suddenly gave off 100,000-foot light, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes at all. Creak. Vast heaven pack. Oh, das bottommost level gigantic door slowly pulled open.